The content of this channel is for mature audiences. Parental discretion is advised. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell notification button. And please, feel free to share the video. Thank you.
What's good, everybody? What's happening with y'all, man? I'm Gigi, man. You tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. And, before I get things started, like I always do, man, I want to give a shout out to all you hating, you haters out there. Hope y'all having a good afternoon, man. I was about to curse, but hey, man, I'm gonna stop, man. Let me hold in my aggression. So anyway, man, shout out to the haters out there, man. And also, happy belated Thanksgiving to everybody. I hope everybody enjoyed their holiday. So let me say that and get that out of the way. All right, if you haven't done so, man, when you come in, man, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and the bell notification button so you can stay on top of what's popping here on the Green Gorilla channel, straight up. And like I always do, I want to give each and every member on YouTube and on Patreon a shout out. And I know it's time consuming, but I do it because I just want to express my appreciation to all those persons who support the channel and help me to keep it going. So shout out to I'm Just Jules, Brotherly Love 215, Michael Rossley Ways, Blacksword 404, and Honest Look at the End, John J, Afro National, Sherlyn Woe, and Ricky Dawson. Big up to them. Big up to Stefan, Julius Ferguson, Lord Hamal, Truth 7360, Mr. Me Too, Call for President, Broken Blade, Leading from the Back, J. Cleveland Green, Gold Professor, and Seventh Coast Dojo. Big up to y'all. Big up to AKs and Curtains, H-Town, Roguish the Billmonger, BD Main, Adrian Thomas, Electrician 480, Banga, Cutting Up with the Jones, Zanko 1D Scott, Path Guy 74, and Pete Rock. Big up. Big up to Aaron Peters, Barnolis, Dardar, Vincent Lindsay, Michael Pierce, Beautiful Trauma, Quiz the Poet, Black Quizzard 80 OS, Jazz Deck, Shadow Observer, and Sugar T. Big up. Big up to Artisan MC, Nasiana, Kyle J. Sura, Kareem, Troy Warren, Mrs. KP Bailey, Alan Wiley, The Face, Mantis on Break, Life of Commerce, and Dreamlit. Big up. Big up to A. Wilson's Ghost, Timothy Blewett, Jeffrey Speed, Marvin Battle Jr., Mark Holt, Afro Troop TV, Adam, BGS Ivmore, Ignatz Mouse, and Brian Peaks. Big up to y'all. Big up to Papa Didas, Scott Haywood, Black Uru, Dr. Tree, Leroy Honeycutt, Super Tech, 77 Base X, Brian McMurray, Karen S., Anthony Davis, and Charles Rogers. Big up to y'all. Big up to Rick Ross, Sandra Jean, Charles Gilmore, Patricia Colley, Greg, Barry Little, Mr. Valentino, Jason Hales, Black Men Being Brutally Honest, Cameron 87, Dr. Rock, and Mark Swift. Big up to y'all. Big up to Odd Collar, Donald Watts, Coach Hotep, Old Soul Chief, Mr. Blue Collar, TD Hip Hop Media, Drew Main, Mr. Heat, Sir Anthony, MLR, and Universal 178. Big up to y'all. Big up to Rasheed Barnes, Aaron Smith, DH, The Revelator, Aaron Infinite, Dr. Tiasan Johnson, Kalan Jakala, Hostile Adept, and W. Pierre 1. Big up to y'all, man. On the Patreon side, big up to Prince D. Martini, Daxby, J Live, Rashawn Phillip Sorrells, Keith Bass, Nick, Rock 1, Albert C., Dr. Ben Vincent, I Am the Light of My Father, Waffle Weave, William Joyner, Tyrone Hampton, Darnell Smith, Excalibur, Anu 219, Pursuer Prisoner, Taz, Dragon 59, Jay Bailey, Mr. Michi, Momal, and Asangwa. And I can't forget my brothers in heaven, Forrest Windu, Kevin Samuels, and David Carroll, man. Big up to all them, man. You all deserve a round of applause. Appreciate that. And if you're wondering how you can support the Green Gorilla channel on an ongoing basis, man, here's how you do it, and I'll be back with the show. What's good, everybody? I'm the G with a PhD, and you're tuned in to the Green Gorilla Channel, the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up, no chaser. Today, I want to introduce you to my new membership program that consists of 5 levels where you can invest in the Green Gorilla Channel on a monthly basis and receive level-specific perks. Memberships are special because they improve the quality of the content of the channel and will help me to be able to keep the channel going. Now, to participate in the Green Gorilla Channel membership program, all you have to do is hit the join button, which is located right next to the subscribe button on my channel page. Now, for all of my subscribers who decide not to participate in my membership program, nothing will change. The content will keep coming the way it always has. Thanks for watching, and be careful out here, people. Bless. All right, man, we're back. I'm GG. You tuned in to the Green Gorilla Channel. It's the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chasers. And I brought 2 friends along. Brought Dogg and also the Nameless Protagonist. How are you gentlemen doing this afternoon?
Us, man. Nameless. Yo, shout out GG, man. We just here, man, crumbling herb.
Just crumbling herb, huh?
Just crumbling herb, man. You know what I'm saying?
That old Outcast joint, man. I remember that, man. I don't know. I think it had to be. When did that album come out, man? It had to be 95, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, like 94, 95, yeah. 90, yeah.
Man, I had a Mazda B2300 pickup truck, man. It was green. It was a manual transmission. And, we still had cassette tapes back in the day. Like that's... Yeah. You had cassette decks in your car, man. And I remember having purchased that album. But also, I was a DJ, so I had like a vinyl copy of the record. But, I also had a cassette tape copy of that record, man. That was an incredible record to me, man. And I just remember, Crumbling Herb, man. That's one of my favorite songs back in the day, man.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something. With hip hop, the one thing I wish would have happened was if somehow the native tongue movement and the whole Dungeon family had got together and made albums.
Yeah, you were telling me about that. You were expressing your sentiments about that, about the tribe, native tongues, and the Dungeon family. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on, wait a minute. I see a comment that asks a question of me. Gigi, did you delete my comment from your video about the young guy who shot some people at CVAP? No, I didn't actually. However, YouTube has a censoring component of its own, man. If you put something about shooting, killing, murder, and all of that kind of stuff, it probably took your comment out on its own. So, but anyway, thank you, Giogami. Appreciate your donation. Appreciate that. And thank you so much, sir. Then let me see, Ty Meg. That was still back when New York niggas was acting bougie about hip from other places.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. As a New York dude, right from Brooklyn, Outkast was this is what a lot of y'all don't get. What happened was a lot of rap music prior to New York City, to us, it didn't make any sense. We didn't have Crips and Bloods, and all of that wasn't prevalent in New York City when I was young. So when when a lot of those guys came out, it didn't make sense. So the way New York operated culturally then, one, a lot of it was still under the influence of the conscious movement. So we didn't have a lot of gangster rap. But the way New York City worked was our crimes, at least to us, were common sense. So the first rappers from the South that really penetrated New York was based on subject matter, and that would be the Ghetto Boys. So when the Ghetto Boys dropped My Mom's Playing Tricks on Me, we understood that. That made complete sense to us. Then Outkast would come out with Cadillac Southern playalistic music, and then you got to get up, get out, and get something. And when those, at least when those 3 songs dropped, man, we went crazy for that stuff. But when you get to Too Short and Mac 10 and a lot of other stuff that had came out prior, it didn't make sense to us at the time.
Yeah, I mean, you know, but I'll say this, right? Like, so the first time, you know, that I heard rap music, I had to be in like second grade or something like that, first or second grade. And it was like, Rapper's Delight was like, you know, one of the first most popular records that you ever heard in cities outside of New York, because it was a commercial hit. So we talking about the 80s, you know what I'm saying? The early 80s at that. And but you know, like I used to travel back and forth to New Orleans, from New Orleans to St. Louis and back and forth, because my summers would be predominantly spent in New Orleans. But I'll never forget, man, the first time I even saw breakdancing was in New Orleans at the Audubon Zoo. And this kid that, you know, was from New Orleans, but who traveled back and forth to New York, man, he was able to pop, wave, and lock, you know? I mean, and I saw it and I was spellbound by it. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, because it was something I had never seen before. And it was cold as hell. It was dope, man. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, so I eventually, man, was like, you know, pressing the guy to teach me how to do some of the moves. And which I did. I learned a few of them, and I took them back to St. Louis. You know what I'm saying? And so I ain't gonna say I started anything in St. Louis, but I mean, you know, it was a cultural thing. So I mean, we gotta pay homage to New York because they're the ones that authored it. Okay, they're the ones that kicked it off. But I mean, this thing, man, has grown, man, leaps and bounds. It's expanded to other places, cities, and you know, people put their own spin on it, you know, put their own touch on it. But I always understood Southern hip hop because I always had my foot in the South. You understand what I'm saying? So even like in New Orleans, people don't understand. They have something called bounce music. Yeah. And it was popular like way before, because now you hear bounce music, everybody knows what it is. But back then, like people didn't really understand it. Like Juvenile had a record, Mia X had a record before they were ever signed to either Cash Money or the No Limit Records. But man, we moving way outside of the bounds of the topic of conversation. But I mean, hip hop to me, some Southern hip hop is some buffoon coonery BS, but so is some New York hip hop as well.
Look, in the DMV where I was at, all of us pretty much copy and pasted the New York template. So when I showed up listening to Dogg Pound, Too Short, MGJ, and all of them, and folks out in the Midwest like Twisters, Speeding Out Mobsters, Crucial Conflict, all of them, nobody was really messing with that stuff. I was literally the only one that was bumping anything all outside of the East Coast corridor, period.
Yeah, we like that, man. It on.
Yeah, in the middle of the barn. Yeah, that was dope. Yeah, it was dope, man.
A couple jump, and then but again, folks didn't really mess with Dogg Pound like that, and everybody that was associated with that entire camp coming out of Suge Knight and Death Row. So like it was when I came up in '96, it was all about the whole East Coast West Coast thing. Everybody was on that. So like to this day, I still feel a certain type of way wearing red because that got you jumped where I was from. You see what I'm saying? Oh wow, man! Yeah, that's seriously. Crazy. Yeah, like.
So look, let me say this. So I graduated from college in '93, right? And I remember going back home, like maybe the third summer. My junior year was the year that I decided I was going to go back home and spend the summer in St. Louis from New Orleans, right? And I couldn't believe like the shit I was seeing. Like, I mean, like cats were gang banging in St. Louis. I'm like, when did this start? when did like khakis and house shoes and plaid blue and red shirts and handkerchiefs and bandanas become a thing? Like, what is this nonsense, man? And the only thing I could think about was the movie Colors, man. You know, that's the only thing I could think about. The movie Colors came out. Now all of a sudden everybody's gangbang.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you had a lot of fronting though, because like where I was at, a lot of folks that were actually pushing weight and doing stuff like that in Philly and New York and Jersey, they were coming down to where we were at in Northern VA and whatnot because there was no competition. So
right.
A lot of people started copycatting. That's really how that picked up. So you have folks that were in the suburbs in 3-story townhouses, broke with nothing in it, trying to ride on people. It was mind-boggling.
Yeah, see, I'm with Todd Mayak here. See, even in the city of St. Louis, but mostly it was an Illinois thing, okay? Because you had VLs and GDs, Gangster Disciples and Vice Lords. You had them in East St. Louis, Illinois. But like, there was always like a cultural difference between East St. Louis and what's going on in, St. Louis proper. It's always been like this rift. So the guys in St. Louis never really actually adopted in a whole-scale fashion any Gangster Disciple or VL affiliations. But the Crip Bloods shit, I couldn't believe it, man. I was like, what the hell happened to my city, man? Yeah. I couldn't understand it. But then I started to think about how black people don't have a culture. It's unfortunate we just don't have one. We've been deracinated. And so we'll just pick whatever the media gives us, and that's our culture.
Yeah.
That's sad, bro.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's sad, bro.
We talked about that with Thomas Jefferson's domestic breeding program, and that's why when everybody wants to say that everybody's been subject to slavery, for us, it hits different. I don't think folks have been domesticated like that and still made it out, not dead or completely disappeared one way or another.
The only other group of people that I think have been deracinated and brainwashed to the same degree as black people in the United States have to be the Latinos in the Americas.
Yeah.
Because they don't know, well, I'm not going to say all of them, but a large swath of their population are walking around deaf, dumb, and blind. Triple stage darkness.
Yeah. Well, like when they say I'm Spanish, I'm like, that's a colonizer's language, fam.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely, but on the rap tip, the last thing, and I'll say this, man, when I went to school in '95, what got me into Southern rap was I discovered the song. It came on TV and it said banned in 7 states. And then I would go on to end up doing the same thing. And that was 666 Mafia, tear the club up.
Yeah, bro. But,
we had go-go, so that's a different story. I'm gonna leave that alone.
Yeah, but like that's the thin line between like the South and the North. You got the tri-state area. You got New York, Philly, and what else? It's New York, Philly.
It's New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, but Philly is close. It's just
okay. So New York, Connecticut, Jersey, and I consider Philly to be in that same domain. But then when you start to go to DC and Baltimore, that's becoming the South.
Yeah,
that's when it's the not to say that it's not northern, because you got. I mean, it's funny how we geographically truncate the country into different areas or whatever, but everybody knows Virginia's the South, man.
Yeah.
You should know. Everybody should know that Maryland is the South, bro. You should. Even DC is the South. Okay. Yeah. But anyway, man, we kind of getting off the. We getting off the subject, man. The last time we were, here, we were having a conversation that bled into the subject matter of master versus slave morality. Okay. But that grew out of a different conversation. Do you kind of like want to
so
go over that so we can get caught up to speed?
So basically what happened was that we were having a discussion in terms of, what has white supremacy gotten right about Black people, African Americans. And so the idea was to break it through what the military calls the five paragraph operational order. And so this is how we plan missions, right? And so in the first paragraph, you will have something called the situation. And in the situation, right, you get a layout of what's happening from various sources, the news and everything else. But what's critical, or one of the things that's critical in the situation paragraph, is the disposition, the mindset, the mood, the temperament of the environment and people that you're going to deal with, especially when it comes towards you, right? And so you would have essential elements of enemy information. essential elements of friendly information, and then the commander, because I didn't put this in there, then the commander will have something called the CCIR, right? And this is critical information requirements. So me as a scout, I would confirm those, and then once I confirmed it, that can end up becoming the mission for everybody else. So to make a long story short, it is, or to simplify it all, part of the situation paragraph is to get you to understand the terrain, the environment, and the state of mind of the people, right? Especially in regards to you and their particular environment. And so now the reason why, before we go any further, the reason why the master morality and the slave morality from Nietzsche or concepts, from the Ubermensch or the Overman is being brought up is that, so we want to, before we go any further, we want to get the disposition of the masters of our society and then the Negroes and the masses of the society in which we live. And so that way, as we continue the rest of it and we talk about the other institutions. So let me get back. And so I'm using the op order format to discuss how the institutions in America work, right? So we have state institutions that work with non-state institutions. Then you have economic institutions, religious and ethical institutions, educational institutions, and then ultimately the cornerstone or the greatest institution of all, which is family. So now going back into the master morality and the slave morality, we get to explore the disposition of both groups, how they think, how they come to their conclusions. So that way, when we go into the rest of it, so like the next show, God willing, inshallah, we'll talk about the mission statement of the state, and then at that point we will talk about the disposition of the Negro, the disposition of the white man, and we'll also use other concepts along with the military. What is it that we're looking for, right? Do we want Colopolis, Atlantis, or Wakanda, right? What is it that we are? What is it that we're trying to get at? So now, again, jumping into it, we're going to go into master morality versus slave morality, and then hopefully this is the foundation that could shape the rest of the conversation.
Now, before you do that, let me hide what I've been showing and then get to another. So let me stop the screen, and then I have to present again, share the screen one more time. And I hope this is it. It might not be, but hopefully it is. Okay, so before we even begin to talk about master versus slave morality, it might prove useful. And I think that this is where we left off the last time. But we rushed through it. We didn't actually spend any time, meticulously adumbrating and outlining, what these things actually mean. And I don't know if you can see this, if this is large enough. Hopefully it is. I don't know if I can make it any larger. I'll try to. I don't know if that puts things outside of view. I think it does. So I think we have to keep it here. But it's important to understand, and let's just look at the column. So you have law and morality. You got legality and you have morality. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So and maybe it'll be best for you to break this down in your own terms, and then I'll come up and follow up, and Nameless will follow up with some commentary of our own. But you go ahead and break this down because it's part of your presentation.
Okay. So again, we have to understand that there's a difference in perspective, right, between what society will call masters and slaves. And so basically what they're saying is that people who are in master morality, ultimately, these are people in a sense who have risen above the herd, so to speak, right? They've risen above the herd, and their value systems, in a sense, are something that belongs to them and them alone. Now, where you get into a problem with master morality, at least within the context of American society, this is no longer something that's individualistic. This now becomes pretty much a thought process of what will shape the state's, in our laws. So if you go through American history, as we discussed it, we know that there's a disparity between different races of people in America and also different classes of people. But the foundation of it is shaped around race. So for African Americans who this country has designated as the underclass, right, we will fall under the slave morality and you will have the master morality. So the master morality, for the most part, focuses on power. It focuses on, wealth. It focuses on hierarchy, right? So again, so now you have this thing called white in a sense. And so the master morality is based upon whatever is good for this thing called white. And then the slave morality, for the most part, will be, centered around this thing called black or people who may be poor, in the masses. So although you may have, let's say, biblical references or references to ideas and God and things of that nature within our laws or within Western philosophy, the way that it is thought of and applied is very different for both groups of people. Right. So so this is what I want to get into. And so I want to get into how each side sees things. So for example, when we get into the debates about the Civil War, right, and we'll jump into this concept. So Nameless and I had this conversation behind the scenes. From a master morality standpoint, when you see scholars talk about the Civil War, and some will say it was about taxation and money. So now you're looking at this from a completely economic perspective. And if you're looking at it, if you're looking at it through the eyes of an economist, that's a completely different set of ideas and ethics as for somebody who's looking at this from maybe some kind of religious or moral perspective. So when you hear people argue, well, you know what, a major cause of the Civil War will be taxation. And that may be true based upon how you're looking at it. And then a lot of people will say, ultimately, it was slavery. And that may be true, based upon based upon how you're looking at it. And so ultimately, it's about who in a society has the power to kind of determine the truth. And I know I'm jumping myself a little bit. So even now in today's current political environment, when people talk about wokeism and all of these other things, there are segments of the population who feel or believe that the slave morality is actually what's taking over the culture, and this is what's actually weakening America or weakening the West, right? And so now to get into, what Gigi was saying, legality versus morality. And again, so when you get to legality, again, it's focused on qualities. So when you go into the blue column there, focused on qualities such as power, pride, and hierarchy. And then when you get to the slave morality, it's focused on qualities such as kindness, empathy, sympathy, etc. Right? So
let me interject here and really highlight a point, because we need to understand that ultimately, when we're speaking about this idea of morality, it's something that springs forth from a cultural paradigm and modality in general. There is a critical cultural component that goes along with that. And when you're talking about a difference in cultures and the way it plays out, and we need to understand it, we're speaking about this as a product of colonialization. I guess that's the word I want to use.
Yeah.
People who've been colonized have had to interface with Western culture, which very much so asserts this idea of a thing having noble and non-noble qualities associated with it. In other words, a thing can be identified as having qualities that are desired and undesired. And as a result, this framework of positive and negative gets superimposed on all aspects of not only the individual human being, but the world around you, from both the materialistic standpoint and even the non-material things. So what can occur is the human being within the Western paradigm begins to look at themselves as an individual that's not connected with the world around them. And as a result, there is a distinct urge to create self-mastery so that self-mastery can justify mastery of others. And it's from this paradigm, this point of view, that the idea of a master even presents itself in the first place. And you take that in contrast with other groups of people who didn't have this sort of disconnectedness from the world around them, so to speak. And you get cultures that don't see themselves strictly as individuals, but part of an aggregate. And even though they may arrange themselves within a hierarchy, a lot of it is ceremonial, and a lot of it is determined on the amount of work that they were able to demonstrate with regards to the role that they've been assigned within the group that they're a part of. And the overarching idea or concept really reminds me of that Bantu proverb, Mimini mtukwa sa babu kuna watu, which translates to, I'm a person because there are people. And it really highlights what it can look like from the perspective of an individual who has adopted this idea of, because I've mastered myself, I've earned the right to master others, versus other individuals that look at it like we all succeed or none of us do. It creates a very sharp dichotomy. And that can be exploited if you have an understanding that this is the way individuals work, particularly if they're subject to a trauma that forces them to crave the power that the master has. Not to really jump into a Star Wars paradigm, but it reminds me very much so of the relationship between the master and apprentice with regards to the rule of two with the Sith.
Correct.
One thing that's interesting to me about this, again, could you underscore the purpose for which you have master morality in blue, and you kind of you put slave morality in pink? Like, what's the purpose of that?
Right.
Yeah. So the reason why I picked this is because, at least to my understanding of psychology, and God willing, at some point we'll have a psychologist in this space. But I looked at master morality more or less in the way of kind of how men see the world, and then the other color in regards to how women see the world. So this is why I chose. So there were other models with different colors, or I could have taken it and changed the colors. But this is, this is the reason. This is the reason why I picked it, because remember, from young boys on forward, in terms of male psychology, there was a time where Sandog was skinny, I had thick glasses, and I was uncoordinated. So when the other boys would choose the football, basketball, and baseball teams on the playground, I would get picked last, right? And then once my muscles kicked in and my coordination and everything came in, then eventually I moved up in scale and rank, right? Or shout out, for those of you who could even remember that film because it's that old, shout out to Lord of the Flies, right? So at least to my knowledge and my anecdotal knowledge of psychology and how I've experienced the world, as a man, for men, we have always, in a sense, operated off of pecking orders, based on, whatever ability or status that one will have at the time.
Yeah, so, so at any rate, I mean, all of this is this chart here is again in service of explaining the overall battle plan for Black people, right? To look at and to assess, what do white people perceive as their morality, their justification for their rule, and what do Black people think in reference to their own positionality within the context of the European culture in which we live, or the white culture in which we live? Okay.
Correct.
All right. So you're basically trying to say, here's the disposition of the combatants in this geographical area. If there's a battle to take place, then you have to understand the mindset of the persons who are actually engaged in the battle. So white people have a master morality, Black people have a slave morality.
Correct.
Now, I mean, this is difficult to hear.
It's textbooks, though.
But it's difficult to hear. And let me just say this, okay? So this is what I will say. this is true and it's not true. And what I mean by that is, okay, because we just, for the past series that we've done, we've discussed the various ways in which black people have resisted against white domination and oppression. Sometimes militaristically, sometimes according to the dictates of, I guess, no better term than to use, according to the dictates of a slave morality. Okay? Like, say, for example, what Harriet Tubman did and what Frederick Douglass did in reference to their masters, to me, would seem to be not slave morality at all, but a resistance against slave morality and an actual doing without asking the master to do something as well. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, correct.
So it's one thing to ask or to request something of a master. It's another thing to take it. Do you understand what I mean?
Correct.
Okay, so and I think that what the point is that a lot of black folks are interested in requesting and aggressively asking for things that white people perceive as, like, why should I do this? This is against my kind of morality. This is like, you don't give things to people, especially unworthy people, right? On the account that they're just there, right? You have to demonstrate that you're worthy of what it is that you get.
I really want to emphasize that point too, because you already spoke about the dichotomy and you highlighted it, and I really want to drive that highlighting home. When you listen to things like the Willie Lynch letters, when you look at the socialization process that took place, particularly when you have methodologies like buck breaking, for example, they encourage the right side of this chart, and it literally gets baked in to the SOP, the standard operating procedure of that institute. And the issue becomes how much of that becomes baked into the worldview of the individuals that come out of that system, followed by the fact that the very culture itself in the West encourages a group of people to serve that morality form so that there's a basis by which the master can compare themselves to and ascend from. Again, it's this idea of creating distance against some other. There requires a kind of cultural other that, and I guess Jungian psychology goes into a great amount of detail about this, projecting that shadow onto another group, which is why oftentimes I make the comparison that Black generally serves as the shadow of white. And it becomes that projection screen where we become the very slave morality that they're trying to become a master with regards to compare themselves to. In other words, being that master modality requires a sacrifice, and you've got to have a group of people that can serve that. There's a book called White Trash that really gets into that when they break down vagrantism and their whole class system they had and how colonialism helped solve a lot of those issues. But we essentially became the new vagrants, culturally speaking. And so this fits like a glove to create this dichotomy. And there's already a evo-psych predisposition towards that if you take a look at social dominance theory, and it really breaks down the way the formatting can be produced to create these cultural others, this out-group, in-group dichotomy. And when you introduce something like race, it gives you a visual tag to immediately activate that kind of implicit bias to kick in this undertone, which solidifies this predisposition we're showing on the screen here, this master versus slave morality. And it's so overt and profound that it almost plays out to the T in the politics that we see oftentimes, particularly in a lot of the more extreme movements that have come out of the 1970s with regards towards liberalism specifically.
Yes. So now when you get into this, so remember, because Nietzsche was very critical of, Judeo-Christian philosophy, or however you want to address it, right? So he was highly critical of this. And so, again, so when you talk about the slave morality, and you're looking at, let's say, African Americans or Jews in their individual experiences, with with the 400 years of slavery to be endured by both, right? That you would develop. So remember, so in terms of that, you're talking about survival. So when you and I were talking about earlier, right? Like for the slave, you want to survive. So I don't want to be sold. I don't want to be beaten. I don't want to be killed, especially if I'm a mother that's trying to protect my children, right? And so these survival tactics over time, especially if you're looking at what, 247, 250 years plus Jim Crow. So now that becomes your culture, right? Because there's a difference between surviving and thriving. So what do we talk about? So if you go into the first point, focused on qualities, the master morality will be focused on qualities such as power, pride, and hierarchy. The slave morality focused on qualities such as kindness, empathy, sympathy, etc. Right? So now, if you wanted to take Lex Luthor and Superman, right, or Sandog when I first joined the army and I had gotten into it, right? So now, okay, you would have a lot of other younger officers, and they was like, yo, this is the rank. You know what I'm saying? I'm the lieutenant. I'm the captain. You are who you are. We do what we do. Say less, right? Whereas, okay, Sandog came in and like, for each individual soldier, I wanted to know them as a person, their family, meet their families and all of this other kind of stuff and somewhat build a rapport with them, right? Because, again, we're going to be working together and to understand. So when you had like a lot of guys, especially if they came from different academies, right? You had certain personality types that when they came from different academies, this is how they managed things. It was like, yo, okay, I'm the ranking officer. I am the tower, right? Your feedback or whatever it is, okay, I may or may not take it, but ultimately, which in the military, right, that final decision rests with the officers. Whereas for me, when I was in the learning phase of being an officer, a lot of my decisions were made by consensus, right? Until I was able to gain other levels of other levels of knowledge and wisdom, right? And so now when you go to Superman and Lex Luthor, right? Lex Luthor is like, man, you have all this power, right? Lex Luthor's like, I have power. I make the rules, right? And he's looking at Superman like, you have all of this power and you're talking about following the rules. That doesn't make sense because once you are an exception, you become that new standard. So it doesn't make, why would somebody who's become the exception then follow the standards of the masses? So when you're looking at that, if you wanted to take Superman and Lex Luthor and kind of run the table of these different concepts, that's where the battle is between these two characters. And I forget their names. It's on the tip of my tongue. I forget their names, but there's certain similarities too in Plato's Republic where a similar debate is coming out.
Talking about Thrasymachus and actually you got Glaucon having a conversation with Glaucon having a conversation with Socrates, right? Like, if you got all this power, why like? Let me let some of these because right now there's going to be a whole bunch of growling and grimacing from this gorilla on the screen. So let that take its course. This is going to distract the shit out of me.
Yeah.
But I mean, what you're talking about is Glaucon having a conversation with Socrates, and the main topic of the discussion is like the only reason that you're good is because you're afraid of being punished for doing bad. If you can do bad without anybody being able to punish you, what's going to stop you from doing bad? Like for example, like if you got somebody as strong as Superman, they would be godlike, correct?
Correct.
God is going to follow whose rules?
His.
So God is not going to follow the slave morality. Like, well, let me just be empathetic to people and kind and caring and generous and equitable, and let me not abide by communal principles of altruism and patience. You like, and I mean, you have a new cadre of I guess television shows on cable, like the Boys and stuff like that, or there's another one on another channel where you got like what's his name? He's some white dude just like Superman, but he's like kills
Homelander.
people. The Homelander.
Yeah.
Like if you have that much power, are you gonna actually observe the rules of kindness and goodness? But to me, what Superman actually represents as an archetype, see, we like to take them and apply them to our own lives and to masculinity. I would like to apply it to the American nation state, the ethno-nationalist, white imperialistic state that basically asserts that, because what are he's about truth, justice, in the American way, right?
Yep.
That's Superman, right?
Yeah. Well, not anymore. He when he gave up his U.S. citizenship in the early 2000s.
Okay, but
Yeah,
like
but
when I first started watching Superman, it was about truth, justice, and the American way. So to me, it's propaganda for how America perceives its imperialistic pursuits. That's what Superman means to me. We're a powerful nation. We're powerful, but we're benevolent. We're trying to save everyone from evil, but it's propaganda because, of course, I mean, look at America's activities throughout the rest of the world. There hasn't just been benevolent actions, okay? You understand? But I mean, America presents itself as going everywhere, everywhere where it engages in military action. It tries to basically present itself as doing something in order to enhance freedom as opposed to restricting freedom.
Yeah.
Do you understand what my point is when I say this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, not to cut you off, because like I said, I get what you're saying. But like, for example, so in mass morality, when it's talking about power, pride, and hierarchy, right? And kindness, sympathy, etc. Right? So again, for the slave or for the Negro, right? Again, remember, kindness is expected to be given from the top down. So in slave morality, I don't think that slaves really understand that kindness is something from the bottom up, or the concept that charity starts at home, right? Because one of the things that I want to address in this morality is also in a sense of also how we treat how at times we can view or treat each other or deal with each other. So since I've been living abroad, right, what I've noticed is that everybody wants justice for whatever it is that they perceive that's above them, right? But I haven't, in a sense, seen it where it within their own societies that it goes down or from the bottom up. Do you get what I'm saying?
Repeat it again in different words.
Okay.
So what you're saying is that justice is something that people who are on hierarchically or in lower levels, and they ask these things of people at higher levels, but you don't see the same thing inverted. So people who have power don't ask for the people in the bottom to be just or something like that.
Correct. So on the other side, when you get something like when people go, well, what about black on black crime, right? So you'll say, okay, well, what about what about black on black crime? What they're actually saying is, you're not even just amongst yourselves in the slave class, right? So why should you want it from me? For what point or what purpose?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, look, at the end of the day, all you're trying to demonstrate is that as a whole, when you start to look at black people are continuously demanding that inequality come to a halt.
Yeah.
or that discrimination stop being practiced, that it's abandon the practice of discrimination, okay? Yeah. Stop your inegalitarian exploitation. Whereas the stronger are like, well, just think about the arguments that the South took and the arguments that slaves took, you know, in response to them being enslaved, right? So, the Southerners were like, okay, if you want to run away, there's something wrong with you. Correct. You got drapetomania, okay? Like, there's something wrong with you not wanting to be subject to our authority. Whereas, like the abolitionists were like, this is a cruel and absurd social condition that we find ourselves in. Why don't you live up to the creed of your own nation? Okay. But America's funny though, because this is what I will say. I think that there's elements of master and slave morality that run throughout, the threads that run throughout the entirety of Western culture. Okay. And I'll say this because, the true master morality was basically called into question with the Protestant Reformation. Now, I don't know if you're aware of that, right?
Yeah, Martin Luther, the 95 Thesis, yes.
So Martin Luther comes along and says, this master morality shit ain't working. Because one could argue that the autocracy of divine right kings, there is nothing more extreme than that kind of master morality. Other than slavery, okay? But there you have a form of slavery enshrined into the, basically political law based upon what they perceive to be divine law, okay? So God is the master. The king is God's representative, or the ecclesiastical class. They're somehow God's representatives. But all of the other people, you got nobles and you got peasants, but there's a hierarchy to this. Yes. Okay. Yeah. And you have to, it's preordained. It's a rigid caste system and you can't move out of it. There's no stratification of movement up and down predicated upon your merits or anything like that. That doesn't occur. Okay. This is a matter of how you're born, and where you're born. Okay. So it's a matter of nobility and blood. Okay, or genetics or whatever, however you want to call it, right? Kith and kin, all right? But like people like Martin Luther, the priestly class began to object to the excesses of master morality. Yes. Okay, and you see this, like this gives birth or rise to the whole concept in the Western world, which was lost because, you saw democracy in early Greece, but you get this reinfusion of the sentiment of democracy, okay, and the goods or the social good that emanates from it, okay? But prior to that, there was no democracy in the Western world from Rome on, you know what I mean? Like voting and like gathering together and having bodies determine, constitutional parliaments and shit like that, people deciding what, they're going to do collectively. That didn't happen in the European culture, man. Yeah. Okay? This is a relatively recent phenomenon that you start to see after the Protestant Revolution, okay? And so I'm just saying, like, this kind of current runs, but what they did was, amongst themselves, they kind of got rid of, to some extent, master morality, and they kind of reworked it. But as opposed to other people from other cultures, they definitely held on to it. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? So amongst themselves, amongst their own clan, their own race, they kind of tried to eliminate master morality amongst themselves. But what they did was they externalized it. Yes. You see what I'm saying? So we're not going to treat white people like this, but we're going to treat Indians like this. We're going to treat Africans like this. We're going to treat Native Americans like this. Because we're we basically are endowed by God to rule. Is what I'm saying making any sense to you, man?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, it looks just like what we see here with what the planter class tried to do in emulating we're going to call it the death of the monarch, because the monarch became very symbolic post Martin Luther, right? So we now have this new aristocracy class that becomes the new archetype people try to strive for. And those powers that were behind a lot of the throne, specifically the banking system, becomes the new oligarchs of planet Earth. Let me rephrase that. Become the new oligarchs of Western culture, because they're the ones that finance all of the movements that these upper class individuals try to align themselves with. And they in turn bring about this whole master system. So when we go forward into how science now leads the forefront, we're talking 1910, really 1890-ish to 1915, that time period where you've got science now being the tip of the spear with regards to statecraft and social upheaval and reorganization of that master morality you're talking about in the form of this word whiteness. This is how we get this concept of the Ubermensch being put front and center as being the pinnacle of that idea. And it's the Nazi party that took what Nietzsche was saying right here with this concept and created not only the Nazi party, but put white supremacy as a state policy by way of fascism.
Right.
So,
Yeah. My thing about this is, like today, when you think about master and slave morality, it's still predicated upon race. But even within race, it's this idea of fitness related to market exploitation.
right.
And that's something that's unique in Western culture today. So I wouldn't necessarily call it oligarchy as much as I would call it plutocracy. Okay, because this is a country where if you got a lot of money, you get to make the decisions about the trajectory of the country. Okay, even though it's supposed to be a democracy, it's really not. It's really a plutocracy, meaning that wealthy people get to direct the decision making and the trajectory of where the country is going.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to impose with the idea of Alexander Hamilton, for example, and his whole philosophy he presented to the conversation with regards to statehood. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the idea is that the master morality is still there, especially as it pertains to race. I mean, like white people think that they just are the superior race. But they've been enculturated to think this. Not at a level of cognition of waking consciousness, but like they just know that this is innate within them. In the same way that a black child would perceive themselves as being automatically bad. This is visceral shit. This is not something that you have to like contemplate. Yeah. This is something that is enshrined into the consciousness of everyone in this country, like their ordinal ranking, where they belong, what they can and what they cannot ask for, what they cannot and what they can think about themselves. Let me show you something before I even move out of this. Let me hide this. Let me stop sharing the screen. I've shown this before. I'm going to show it one last time. This should get you to understand the viscerality of all of this, right? If I can find it.
You about to hit him with the Dogg test?
About to hit him with it.
Mm-hmm.
Which doll is the black doll? And which one is the white doll?
That one.
Which doll is the pretty doll? Which doll is the nice doll? Which doll is the bad doll? Which doll is the nice doll? And which doll is the bad doll? And why is that dog pretty?
Because he's white and he has 2 eyes.
So again, this falls outside of the domain of thinking, reflecting. Because children, they're not engaged in higher order reflection. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes.
Like a 6 or a 7-year-old is not engaging in second, third, or fourth order reflection in order to rationalize phenomena in the world. You get do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
So as it pertains to a slave or a master morality, these things are visceral. Like they're unconscious. I guess they're unconscious forces that kind of order our world.
They call that implicit. They call it implicit bias and implicit association, and it's highly dominated by the limbic system. And it's, if you want to sum it up to a word, you really can just call it cultural conditioning, because it's what it is at the end of the day, and why we described it as such, because it's just baked into the culture. And it's why when we were having the conversation in the chat earlier, you know, I don't care where you go on planet Earth, a definition of black is always followed by a definition of white. And in the West, it creates this dichotomy and it exploits the programming that's already there, that's been talked about with social dominance theory. I put a link to that in the chat. And all that really is at the end of the day is just demonstrating and highlighting a in-group preference. And what makes it crazy with regards to this modality of race is that for us in the out-group, those of us classified as black, we don't even classify ourselves as our own in-group. We still think and function like as though we are a white in-group participant. And it's crazy. Amos Wilson talked a little bit about this when he mentioned the idea of the dual consciousness. But it's what creates a very difficult problem-solving loop for us as individuals stuck with this classification, because we're trying to be masters with a slave morality that's baked in. But then we don't even identify ourselves as being part of the slave morality group, so we can't actually play either or because our skin tone locks us out of the play. And if they actually accept us, their definition of what their in-group is disappears, as what was explained by Dr. Francis Cress-Welsing in the ISIS papers. In other words, if we get fully integrated, if we follow the Martin Luther King model, and little black boys and little black girls, little black boys and little white girls are walking hand in hand with each other, what happens to the definition of white that created the in-group that they based their master morality off of? Completely disappears. And this is the interesting, precarious situation we find ourselves in here trying to have this conversation, because at the end of the day, this whole concept is based on something fleeting that they decided, which was to make their master morality something predicated on an external phenotype and not even their DNA.
Yeah. So again, and this is where, again, and all of this just covered what Gigi was talking about, from plutocracy all the way to Dr. Kendall Clark in the video. Again, this is where you're getting, for the master morality, essence is nobility, right? So when you talk about white supremacy, the status of being white, you know, the achievement, right? We brought technology to the world, you know, we civilized, you know, again, we civilized all these people, right? So that in and of itself, you know what I'm saying? That in and of itself is what elevates me. Whereas in the slave morality, right, that's used to be helped. So for example, so now if you get a black man that becomes a tech billionaire or whatever the case might be, the questions we ask is, well, what are you doing for the community, right? Whereas on the other side of the house, right, you're now elevated into like a master of society. You're pushing buttons, you're moving and shaking and everything else. And again, on our side, it's like, okay, well, you became a billionaire, show the rest of us how to do it. Right. And so this is where you would have last point to
that. I think there's a profound difference when we're talking about the nature of colonization and why it makes this so frustrating, because other groups of people have learned how to do this. We can say that other groups of people, when they're placed in that slave morality category, they can, to an extent, work together. The difference with us is because of our existence here on the plantation. our slave morality spawned from a condition of scarcity, whereas their master morality spawned from a position of abundance. Normally, it's the complete opposite.
No, but in other cultures, Nameless, like, well, especially when you get into Asian cultures and stuff like that, poverty or no, they're very high on slave culture in general is very high on conformity.
Well, this is my point. What I'm saying is we had that point of scarcity where our slave morality manifested, and it prevents those key characteristics that were being described from even being put into action, whereas other groups of people who come over here do have that. Whereas the master morality that's been formed here wasn't truly legitimate, and it was formed in abundance. Normally, that master morality forms in an environment of scarcity, not abundance. You understand what I'm saying?
No, you're absolutely correct. So, for example, somebody that you see that's coming from Pakistan who can do this in America, he cannot do this in Pakistan.
Exactly. There's just not enough to spread around to make that happen.
So somebody coming from Nigeria or these other places, right? Again, because I lived in these places. So what happens is, from an American perspective, you'll look at the Pakistani or the South Asian community and be like, damn, they are united like a mother, and they do this and they do that. But in their home countries, it's the complete, like I said, it's the complete opposite. So now when you look at African Americans, what you have to realize is that for the majority of the world on the Eastern Hemisphere, America is a relief for them. So put it this way. If I'm someone from the old world, right, the moves that I can make in America, I can't even do that in Europe or in Britain or in the rest of Europe because you in America don't have that same history. So what happens is that a lot of people that come over from what I like to call the old world, when they come to America, it's a blank slate and a fresh start for them, even despite whatever kind of prejudice that they may feel, because when you're coming over from these other places to the States, the institutions work, right? The police aren't corrupt. I don't have to pay money under the table for everything that I do and all of that other stuff. So one of the reasons why this is happening for other groups is that, again, and I know I've talked around it, is that for them, right? Because I live with them. For them, America is relief, right? Because a lot of their experience or lack of mobility or blocking will be with European nations themselves.
Yeah, to some degree, I get that. I understand that. Like people from elsewhere have benefits over Black people. Just based on, maybe perhaps they come from wealth already. I mean, we just discount that. We automatically assume that everybody who comes over here from elsewhere in the world are coming because they're deprived and they want, access to better living conditions in America as opposed to their native countries. We need to stop thinking, but that's hold on. Let me finish, because this is an American way of thinking. Okay, this is American hubris. Okay, to assume that everything in America is better than anywhere else, anywhere in the world. Okay, but like you just recently had Keep It 100. He went to Japan, and you can see most of the shit that we have over here in America, they already got in Japan. If probably even the infrastructure of Japan is probably 25% better than what you see over in the United States. Okay. Because they actually have invested in their infrastructure, whereas in the United States, we haven't invested in our infrastructure since the New Deal. The beginning of the 20th century?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the facts, right? But a lot of people assume that America's better than anywhere else in the world, okay? It's just not true. Go to Saudi Arabia and see how them motherfuckers live.
Man.
Bro.
Make you want to slap somebody, dog.
It ain't no comparison, bro.
Man.
I'm just saying, like, but Americans just have this assumption that America's better than everywhere else. But there are some people who come over here, they already have wealth. Their culture is not such that they come over believing that they're inferior to the other demographic, right? They're not coming over here with the mindset that white people are superior, I'm black, and there's something fucked up with me. Like, I'm pretty sure, I can't say this with any degree of certainty, but if you're born in Kenya, okay, and all you see around you are Kenyans, you're not gonna have the same kind of psychological hang up about race as someone who's an African American.
No, they experience it once they leave.
Okay, like if you're a native Nigerian, you're not gonna have the same kind of mind state as the African American born in the city of Chicago, who's basically taking the Doll test. Now, not to say that colonialism hasn't played a mind game on, non-whites throughout the world. Because I think that to some degree it has. But the way it's played a mind game with African Americans, even probably Native Americans, okay, or Latinos, it probably is similar. Because now you got some of them saying they white.
Yeah.
I mean, but to some degree, I can understand why some of them are saying that they're white, because, I mean, they want to avoid being black, or they want to avoid being characterized as Native Americans,
Look, when King Juan Carlos said, look, y'all can't come over here, that's when they got in their feelings. That kicked off all of that mess. And so,
but when you start to talk about, like, enshrined into the mind of the, I don't care, like, you can think your way. It's one thing to think some shit, and it's another thing to actually embody what you're reflecting on. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, okay, let me put it into an allegory. It's one thing to say, I'm about to get fit out here. I'm about to get these 6-pack abs, right? And you all for that shit on January 1st, right? Because you've thought about it. You reflected on what you're going to do. It's a different thing, when you go to the mall and you see Pizza Hut and Chick-fil-A and Jersey Mike's and whatever else is there. And now you're starting to sing a different song because it's not enshrined into who you are, right? You actually, these black people do have a slave morality, man. I wouldn't even call it morality. It's a mentality. It's a slave consciousness.
Which was the byproduct that I'm talking about. And the irony is, when you take somebody from here and we go elsewhere to environments where people may not have been able to succeed as much, the total opposite generally happens, which again speaks to the point I was making with regards to the general environments that master and slave moralities tend to spring from. Generally speaking, you get that right side of the chart in an environment of abundance, and it fosters those principles in the form of values, and it just becomes the baked-in assumptions that the institutions are built around. They become law eventually. Whereas in other places where the resources are far more scarce, you can take a look at, for example, the Middle East. In that desert, you don't have the same kind of resources you do from the continent of Africa, for example, and a lot of other locations. Or you can go look at what was going down in Europe in general, especially when a lot of these principles were being cultivated and understood. These values were baked into addressing scarcity, whereas the total opposite was the case with regards to the way it played out here in the United States. So they took that framework, and you had these colonizers get to pretend to be monarchs, essentially. They got to make up their own nobility, and they enshrined it around whiteness, and they were surrounded by this abundance that was created by the slave trade. Whereas individuals are now being imposed on this slave morality, not from a unified sense of being able to live off the land, but because you ain't got nothing else besides working and staying on that plantation. And just as what was said earlier, if you want to leave, you a drapetomaniac, something wrong with you. So this whole thing developed ass backwards.
Hey, bro, it's black people who accuse you of drapetomania.
Facts, bro. Why you going overseas?
Black people will accuse you of drapetomania.
I mean,
they'll be the first ones to tell you you are tripping,
man.
You tripping. What's wrong with you? And let me tell you, hate to say this, but it is the truth. Half of the time, 75% of the time, it'll be a woman telling you that shit.
Facts. Or gynocrat, but facts.
I hate to say that. You know, because let me first of all, let me just say this, right? I come from a generation of people, man, that at least in the 60s and the 50s, they understood what the race game was about. And they understood full damn well the forces that were bearing down upon black folks. Because it was in front of your face. Okay? It ain't nothing like seeing a sign, no niggers allowed. To understand where you fit into the social hierarchy. Okay? Nowadays, you know, we all think it's all based upon, you know, merit and, you know, hard work and virtue. Like, those are the things that actually contribute towards you being wealthy. Which to me, I just don't understand how people can actually believe that that's the truth. But that's what people believe. They've bought into this, you know, Horatio Algerism, John Henryism. Like that, if you have a good job, then that means you're virtuous. I can't really
sound
personally.
Like plantation morality rather than slave morality, but go ahead.
But they're part of the same thing. The plantation is an economic institution, right? But okay, so at the end of the day, yeah, Black America, like if you see kids who believe that white people are superior to them, like at childhood, like did you see the African dial test, Reyes? That's if you believe that you're inferior to another group of people, that's a slave mentality.
At 5 years old.
Slave mentality. There's no getting around that. That's an empirical fact. Now the question is, what can we do to countermand it? That's a whole different issue. And that's where Sanddog is going to come in, because I'm interested in, you know, kind of, you know, finding out, well, okay, if this is the mentality of the people on the ground, what do you do to combat it?
Yeah.
How do you turn it around and do a 180 on it? Because to act as if, and goes back to what Sanddog and Nameless were saying earlier, you got a bunch of black folks who think that they have a master morality, but they don't. And they think that they're a full-fledged participant in this culture when they're not. How do you convince people who really, because I guarantee you the average black person doesn't walk around thinking that they own the country like a white dude does. I guarantee you that, bro. I guarantee you don't walk around the United States with your nuts hanging like a white guy does. I guarantee you, if you're a black dude, you don't.
Let them police lights flash on you real quick.
Exactly.
I can guarantee you don't, bro. You don't feel like you can walk anywhere and do anything without, you know, the weight of the country bearing down on you. Okay? I guarantee, because there is no surveillance gaze on average white dudes.
That goes
like nobody's like,
over if you're a black man.
If there was this kind of gaze on average white dudes, you wouldn't have had January 6th. Or am I wrong about this?
No,
like a white dude can go anywhere and do anything, and then after he's done it, he'll still get the benefit of the doubt.
Weren't they clapping folks at the protests that folks were having? What was it, George Floyd? Folks was getting swiped up in vans and stuff like that. And then you can have folks literally run up on the Capitol and just be kicking people out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
bro, I'm gonna keep it a bean. I don't have time to lie or to play games. Hold on for a second. Hey, Pops, I'm doing a show right now.
Down the road.
All right, I'll holler at you. Yeah, so, you know, look, I don't like to play games. It's one thing to think you the shit. It's one thing to be egotistical. And it's another thing to think that you're a full-fledged participant in white culture. You're not. This is what, and then like black people who have money, they assume that they actually have arrived into the cadre of white America. That's a bad assumption to make. Because you know what'll end up happening? They'll give you a nigger moment to make you understand that you actually are the other. You're not one of them.
But Gigi,
they will remind you, man. These people will remind you in so many ways. You're not part of the social body. You're not part of our social body. And this is what fucks me up about black conservatives. No disrespect, because I know you are one, Sand Dog. But this is what fucks me up about it, right? These guys will take on the stance of white conservatives who really are ethno-nationalists. White supremacist ethno-nationalists. Because a lot of people on the right are ethno-nationalists.
Correct.
I mean, am I lying? Like, they believe that this is a white country. Like, what the fuck do you think Trump meant when he said, make America great again?
Well, that was also an old slogan used by white supremacists prior.
Do you know what the fuck that means? Now you got niggas thinking they able to participate in making America great again. What I just don't understand Negro. And these Negroes assume like that they're really smart. They're adept and adroit at understanding the social. These are the type of niggas, man, that would go to a juke joint and probably get robbed. Or to a whorehouse and get robbed. Because they think they understand what the fuck is going on in the social environment when they don't. Yeah. These are the type of niggas that if they just got a rap deal and bought a gold chain or a platinum chain, it'll probably be divorced from them in 2 weeks.
You like one of them boys that ain't never been over. I'm about to change that. You know what I'm saying?
They not 50 Cent, bro.
Yeah.
They not 50 Cent, bro. They not able to look at the terrain and understand what the fuck is actually happening in and around their environment. They don't have practical wisdom. And they don't have the capacity to cause harm in order even to protect themselves. I know people that don't want to hurt anybody, even to save themselves.
I mean, that's that turn your other cheek doctrine, right? That's that story of Daniel in the lion's den, where Daniel, instead, the way we heard it on the plantation, apparently, Daniel was just curled up in the ball like some little punk, not doing anything. He was waiting for God to solve everything. How many times have we heard every problem in the black community that we ever come up, whether it be on a micro or macro level, basically summed down to leave it to Jesus?
Yeah.
Is that not slave morality by definition?
I just don't get how people don't see. Like, I mean, the question, black people have, in other words, what we're saying is black people have adopted to some degree or another their own inferiority.
Yes.
And if you see children saying this, like this is empirical data. This is psychology.
Yes.
With empirical testing being done, as opposed to what? Assumptions that you make based upon your own thinking about how things ought to be? Or your assessment predicated upon your own, feelings about the matter? We're talking about empirical data done. I mean, this test has been done there's been several iterations of the test.
Yeah.
So either you're saying that there's something wrong with psychometrics as a practice, right? Or you're just saying, fuck it. Like, I'm just going to believe what I want to believe regardless.
But the problem, Gigi, is just like we said earlier. The moment we try to act under any capacity or agency on our own, and this is kind of disproportionately enforced against black men. The moment we try to do anything, that very point you just said gets weaponized against you to keep you there on some drapetomania diagnosis BS. That's the part that kills me. Don't nobody know what it is until you try to leave.
Correct.
Well, All I can say is, man, you got a lot of people who are invested in, seeing the project of America succeed, because they feel like, this land is your land, this land is my land.
Yeah.
From California to New York Island.
Yeah. But the thing is that what you have to remember, what you just mentioned, Nameless, is that you have to look at America's business model. So just how you and I talked, to repair the condition of Black people is to fundamentally change what America is, right? And so there are many institutions where, it becomes very difficult for them, if at all, if they desire to change what their model is, right? So change management, in a sense, for any institution is a massive undertaking, and too many people have benefited on all sides for that system to change. So the problem that you will face now is that you have a certain number of Black people or others that have succeeded in the system, right? And so the pushback that you would have against the system, especially in this current time, will be very limited, because again, once you get to after the 1960s, we no longer, in a sense, have a common experience, with this system. And to be honest with you, probably maybe even not from the beginning, but definitely, with the 60s and mass media. So I'm certain from the dawn or from the beginning, you would have Black people who were free that may have had different ideas, at the time. So just like how we discussed before, even house slaves wanted their children to marry other, to marry other house slaves. And so, when you're going down the chart of this, right, and you'll get to point 3, which is, okay, the mass morality says values qualities such as pride, wealth, glory, ambition, desire for power, popularity, self-worth, courage, reverence, and determination. And so again, you see this in American values, especially on my side of the house, right, where you get to the power of the individual, right? So, you as an individual can do X, Y, and Z, and that's all true to an extent until you end up encountering institutions, right? So, with every institution, there's degrees of wiggle room that you can play around with. But if you're shuffling or moving in a way that the institution doesn't like, you're going to end up having a problem. So the trick that happens, at least in American politics, you'll say, especially on my side of the house, is that you'll push individualism, you'll push rugged individualism, but people forget the fact that a lot of discrimination or other forms of corruption within our society is institutional, right? So in a sense, right, you're not gonna get up and punch down walls like Superman and change the world. And so for Africa, for example, think about it. So, for example, when you look at Obama being elected, right, this would be why, from my perspective, African Americans voted for Obama, because on the slave morality side, it goes values qualities such as kindness, patience, humbleness, equity, generosity, and virtues, right? And so now when you're looking at somebody like Barack Obama, like, highly approachable, again, talking about change, talking about, changing the system, redistribution of wealth, and all of these other things. But for us, so for example, you'll get a lot of bad rhetoric, right? Again, and you're hearing this from a conservative Republican, right? So when Barack Obama ran for office and introduced his universal health care, Mitt Romney, who's a Republican, was pretty much doing the same idea in Massachusetts. So now that Barack Obama brought it up, it becomes a problem. And I wish I would have made a list of it, because actually Barack Obama had in his platform, he had ideas that were Republican ideas in the 90s, during the Clinton era. But for some reason, once you get a Republican Congress and Obama as a president, all of these things become a problem. And so where black people end up in terms of, you know, the slave morality aspect of it, right? And so now you're looking at simply the election of Barack Obama, putting him on par with the masters of society. So although he's sitting up there, what you don't understand is that if you don't elect the senators, if you don't elect the representatives, if you don't elect the governors that are in line with this guy's way of thinking, which we did not do, right? So Barack Obama becomes president, you get your midterm elections, right? Everything, you know what I'm saying? Everything flips red, and then you have black people with their hands on their hips saying, well, Obama didn't do anything for black people. He can't. He's an executive, right? He only administers, and then this goes back into the state. Barack Obama only can administer law, right? So he cannot. So in terms of the other two checks and balances, right? He's not the entire system in and of itself. So it goes back to the point where for African Americans, especially in our morality, right? You know, we'll see an individual like Barack Obama as a messiah. So we're not gonna understand, like, you know, institutions and systems and how we have to participate in those institutions and systems in order to manipulate outcomes. So when you would hear Black America getting upset, well, how come Barack Obama doesn't just kick in doors? He couldn't do it because he was outnumbered. So in those circles of power, either we're non-existent, and sad and most unfortunately, we didn't show, you know what I'm saying? We didn't show up. So when you get into, when you get into this third column here, right? So values, qualities such as pride, wealth, glory, ambition, right? So again, shout out to my dude 45, right? With, you know what I'm saying, with Donald Trump, right? So Donald Trump, you know what I'm saying, he gets up, you know, he runs, he knocks over. So at least for me, I was looking to vote for Jeb Bush or Kasich or one of those guys initially, right? And so Donald Trump, you know what I'm saying, Donald Trump kind of shows up out of nowhere, and then again with all of these qualities, and he's able to develop a mass following because people are looking at him like, well, he knows what he's doing, he could run a business, he's a, you know, again, he's a disruptor, right? And so again,
but you know, like people like to make believe, I guess, in America. I don't know what or why. But, you know, even black men, look, I understand being disgruntled with the Democrats. I get it. Because, you know, I got smoke for everybody politically. You know, every party, whether it be the Green Party, whether it be the Independent Party, I got smoke for everybody, okay? But one of the things I'm not going to do is all of a sudden say that one or the other party is the saving grace and create this false dichotomy of the lesser of two evils, or to say that one is evil, the other is good, and vice versa. I'm not going to play that game.
I concur.
Yeah.
But other people want to play that game. Okay? Now you can have at it if you want to. But if you honestly believe that making America great again actually was supposed to be inclusive of Negroes, and it was an appeal to Negroes, you're absolutely you're an ass. That was a racial message. It was a dog whistle. It is what it is. Now, if you believe it was something different, that's on you. Now, do I believe to me, Trump is a plutocrat, okay? Yeah. And a self-admitted one. I mean, I'm rich. I'm going to use the system to my advantage. I'm smart. I'm going to avoid paying taxes if I can. The amazing thing is that he got so many Americans to believe that he was actually a populist, that he actually cared about the little man in America. When have you known wealthy plutocrats to actually give a shit about the little man? Now, there have been some that have, okay? Like say, for example, somebody like Roosevelt, FDR. I think he gave a fuck about the little man. He actually went to go kick it with the people from Appalachia. It's a difference. When have you seen Trump actually hanging out with motherfucking Appalachians and shit?
Never.
But you got there's like documentaries and shit where FDR went to various areas in, you know, like West Virginia and shit to go hang out with these people to find out what their quality of life was like. And he had an interest in making sure that white people had a better future in America. I mean, this is just the truth now. But you honestly believe like that? Go ahead.
I said, shout out to the Progressive Party. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, but to me, the only problem I have now with progressives is that everything has become a matter of identity and representation and recognition. There's no room for any other kind of politics. I mean, this is the only politics that there is. Well, I'm a this and I'm a that, and my identity crosses with this. It's like, look, lady, I don't give a fuck how many Woman King movies you make, how many, like, whatever, the Dora Milaje, whatever, how many of them positions that, you know, you get filled in as a token, how many Mary Sue shout outs you get. It's not changing the basic structure of American culture.
But
is it?
When you add that extra butter biscuit, when you put in an AC unit in the slave hut, it goes a long way, Sandog. It goes a long way, GG.
What we've basically done is we've hunkered down into a tokenist politics, the politics of tokenism. To me, what representation represents is tokenism. But how does tokenism ever change, you know, the basic structure of any society? I've never seen it happen.
Do you think that's what we want?
Like it, huh?
Do you think that's what we want as a group, from what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that the political goal right now of black people is to beg for equality and an end to discrimination. Like, think about the major slogans over the past 10 years that black people utilize. Hands are up, don't shoot me. Black Lives Matter.
That sounds like an acceptance plea. And I think it's a very different thing versus the language I see with not so much the language, but the actions and the demand for institution. Because you are going to get, if you take American culture and you instill it into any institution, how do you not get what you keep getting now? I don't know how you get any other result than what we see. If you keep American culture and you suffuse it into that institution.
Yeah, you know, look, I don't think we're cowards, because I see a lot of commentary out there like that, you know, talks about us being cowards. And
I don't think that's it. I don't think it's cowards.
I think because black men, you know, even women, black women have fought in the face of adversity, and it wasn't cowardly. Okay, however. Well, man, I don't even want to say it, bro, because, you know, like, initially, Tommy Curry got banned for what? He didn't get banned, but he got the alt-right came after Tommy Curry for saying what? He got basically, the alt-right attacked him because he said in order for black people to be free, some white people might have to die. But he was making a reference to Django, which he said is a spectacle. You know, people watch Django and they're like looking at it like, oh, okay, this is like everybody gets to see, you know, this in a movie, in a fantasy world, a black man going ham against white folks. Okay? But like that's just a spectacle. But the reality is that we live in a white supremacist culture that reinforces institutions that in and of themselves cause violence on a daily basis.
But that's the point I'm making, GG. Like, you saw what happened with regards to the issue of the Dogg test. The Dogg test, like on one end, for everybody else, the end result was what was expected. People preferred their own in group. We were the only ones that didn't perform this way. So when you've got folks that are defaulting in the culture to operate that way, and we know that you must have a cultural infusion as the seed of any institution you build. And this is the default with regards to it being American. Without changing the culture, I don't know how you get an institution that doesn't produce these same results. And I'll case in point that you guys just had your institution's birthday not that long ago, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So look at the difference with regards to the cultural origin and how that culture had to be terraformed and adjusted in order for it to bear the fruit that it did for the last 100 years.
Yeah, well, look, let me just say this, right? It's been many proposals by black folks. Like, okay, so all of this is just a war report. What's the mental state? What is the mental state of the average black person? Now, you might be a revolutionary. You're ready to engage in revolutionary suicide.
Shout out
that might be you. But we're talking about the average black American.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? Like, all the way down to the average everyday Pookie, since y'all want to be derogatory about black folks. Or Shaniqua, the welfare strag, all the way up to the cotillion Jack and Jill bitch and guy and Blake, Black Blake. Okay, the Carlton. From Hillary to Carlton, all the way down from Glorilla to Future.
God damn.
What are they thinking? What is their mind state? Because first of all, one of the things that black people don't believe to begin with is that there is a conflict going on at all. They don't think there is one.
I mean, I got bread. What's the problem?
Bruh, I'm tired of all these chicken George Charleston white motherfuckers, man. I'm really tired of them, bro.
I got my bread.
Niggas, man, you got Negroes making reaction videos of Charleston White is like the foremost social and political thinker of our time.
Are you serious? Yeah, you're right.
Motherfuckers will start putting the I got 5 on it music and shit on it. You feel me? Like this, yeah, like this nigga just said some of the deepest shit ever. Oh my God. Now, I mean, there's some shit that he says that makes sense to a certain extent, but only to the extent to which it's on the first order of reflection. It's not second or third order thinking, man. It's just, I'm sorry, it's just not.
But that's where we're at.
It's the Kevin Gates shit, where, like, well, the only people that hurt me is niggas.
That shit.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? So, because one of the issues that happens, right, within slave morality is not everybody is satisfied in that condition. And so what happens is that because you are powerless or fearful or whatever it is to retaliate against the master, that anger or that hatred turns inward and then outward to other people that look like you. Right. So it's like the same thing. Okay, like, you might get a man that goes to work and he's disrespected at work, but then when he comes home, he takes that out on his wife and children.
Yeah, talk about that in Sword Form 3.
Yeah.
Getting into the demon gate. And that's exactly where a lot of that stems from. When you learn that so early, it really hinders when we get into Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that whole concept of safety, belonging, and love and esteem. All of that goes out the window because you lose your ability to want to associate with the very thing that you perceive that hurts you. And even if you haven't been hurt by that environment, even being ignored in that environment can cause you to create a kind of self-inflicted harm, which then again does that same shadow projection out to everyone else around you, which creates a lot of the movements and I'm going to say rhetoric we see very popular now that's being put out there, where, you know, we have these narratives that black men aren't there. We've got the trauma that occurs in upbringing, this whole idea of thinking the grass is greener, and it just hinders the ability to trust. And it throws a monkey wrench in the ability to build institution. And it creates this delegation of liability rather than responsibility, because nobody can trust anyone to take authority, because the only authority that's recognized are individuals in the master class, which we already know has a racial hierarchy attributed to it, which brings us right back to square one.
Yeah.
Bro, we in trouble, man. Like people don't believe how big of deep of a mess we're in. Like people just don't understand it. They have no conceptualization of the trouble that we're in. And you know, but the answer to it to some people is in subjective effort and just basically being successful in the market.
Till the market fucks up. Or
but it's even deeper than that, because the market, you just saw a nigga who was a billionaire 2 months ago. That motherfucker ain't now.
Right. Because of systems and institutions.
So even if you got bread, that bread ain't yours.
Nope.
That bread ain't yours, bruh.
Wow. But it's not even that.
He couldn't even pull it out. But yeah, he couldn't even pull it out the bank. Go ahead.
Correct. Even when you talk about institutions, right? So again, you have to understand that this thing is global. So it is their economic system, right? This is why you get the BRICS, because there are people who've had enough of economic sanctions, and who can do this, who can do that, what's the default currency that I could use to access these particular commodities in the market, and and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All of that is a part of what you would call white supremacy. So it's not, so again, so when you hear dudes talking about, it's just as simple as working together and making a ton of money and all of that other stuff. Nah, man, you have a series of institutions, right, that you do not control. That's why I always harped on the kind of freedom that a lot of people are really alluding to is first and foremost, is the freedom that can only be obtained by one, having your own state, and then secondly, having economic alliances and systems that are built outside of this one.
But the funny thing is, at the very same, this is the shit that fucks me up, right? In this space, you got a problem with black men like respecting the whole concept of Pan-Africanism, right?
Yeah.
Like to them, that's anathema. Like fuck, because to them there's a link between it and the community or whatever the fuck, right? In other words, they don't want to be a part of something that they feel like they have to pay into, and they're not going to receive a benefit out of it.
Yeah.
And it's primarily based upon like their aversion to women and the benefits that they receive over themselves, right? But if you don't have a mindset of, okay, black nationalistic thinking, then what the fuck do you have? All you have is just you. And if all you have is you, why are you fucking with other niggas for? What is the point?
Correct. But that's what Nietzsche is saying.
Hold on, wait a minute. This the biggest thing, bro, that I don't understand about black, especially in this space. They'll say, fuck Pan-Africanism or fuck black nationalism. But they got black spaces where they just talk to each other. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't understand it. Why aren't you in the white manosphere then? If you think that like black togetherness is in and of itself some shit that you should avoid, then what the fuck are you in a black space for? Why are you talking to black people? Why are you even referencing black? I'm just saying, I'm just asking. I would really like for people to tell me this or to understand. If you are so repulsed by the whole concept of black people finding a way to unite around themselves and their interest, then what the fuck are you in a black space for? Why are you even referencing black people? Why are you even talking into a demographic of black people? Why are you hanging out in spaces where other black people are? Why don't you just go fuck with some white motherfuckers?
They still care, but look, can I be honest with you? They still care because, again, I have, buddies abroad or whatever that I talk to, right? And I, talk about the things in this space. And their response is over there, and that will handle itself. And my life is here. So to your very point, I've had guys that I've talked to about this space, may have listened to a video or two, and they have zero interest. Zero. Right. So what's ever happening in the mass, in the diaspora or whatever, right? These are individuals that are focused on themselves. And so again, much like what Nietzsche was saying, right? If you're the overman or the superman, your values for the most part on your own. They're not your good and evil. You're doing what's good and what works best for you as an individual. So you in of yourself are not an authority or any kind of institution to preach what the value system should be.
But
I'm just saying to Gigi's very point. So there's a lot of dudes I know, Gigi, like I said, that I talk to, and they're like, hey, whatever, y'all can have it. I'm good in Shanghai, I'm good in Tokyo, or wherever it is that I'm at.
I mean, look, I get it. I understand that. But I can understand a guy saying that and actually living up to that.
And they do.
And I can at least respect that you're living by what you believe. But I don't understand a guy that will continuously come to a space like this and talk about fuck the community. You all up in the black space.
Because they care.
Exactly. You actually give a fuck about what's going on with black people. You just mad. You're frustrated. Yeah. Or they might be, but primarily in this space, men are upset at black women. Let's face it. That's the main catalyst for motherfuckers being there.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I'll speak from my perspective. I'm not anti-black, I'm anti-Technocracy. And I understand that they're an equal opportunity employer. So I'll hone in on that. I'll speak to that. I'll address why it's there. I'll address the environment that creates it. But ultimately, if people want to succeed in the future, if you want to look at where the world is actually headed, the future is African, period. I don't know any other way of putting it. This is not propaganda. This is not some sort of hyperbole. This is just statistical fact. There will be more human beings in Africa than anywhere else in the world. And by the time we hit 2100, there may be more human beings in Africa than all the rest of the world combined.
Correct.
But but at the end of the day, all of this is to say, the most black people in America, at least coming out of the civil rights movement, we already know the civil rights movement is predicated, the way it's presented to us. Now, not to say that that's the actual sentiment behind it, but the way it's presented to us, the way it's packaged and taught to us as black folks, is taught as slave morality. Can we at least agree to that? So even if you want to be charitable and say that the civil rights movement was revolutionary, the way it's packaged to us, the way it's wrapped up and bundled up, is bundled up as slave morality.
Yes.
That's a fact. Now, but all I can say is that's why I showed MLK in his speech the other day. It wasn't a speech, but it was like an interview he had with some newscaster from NBC. Okay, And, you know, ultimately MLK was like, well, what's, you know, the next phase is the phase where we begin to talk about something that's less definable as a target, more amorphous, and that's going to require a little bit more abstraction in terms of thought and reflection. But I think that black people are up for the task. I don't necessarily think white people are up for the task and are actually dedicated to seeing equality being played out in their own culture. But this is the next phase of our movement. And then like white women just came along and they just said, fuck it, we want this shit. And they just swooped in and it's like, well, hold on, wait a minute. You mean black women gonna have like priority over white women? No. And that's just the excuse they use. Okay? Yeah. Ultimately what they meant was all black people. Don't all this old one. Well, if a white woman is going to be subservient, that was not going to have more rights than a black woman. And they used double jeopardy back then in order to make an excuse for them to hijack the social rights movement. I mean, the civil rights movement.
You don't see that Gucci boot footprint in your forehead, Gigi?
They came in like masters, bro.
Yeah.
But like the reason Tommy Curry is so masterful in his assessment of that whole action is he's basically saying people are mistaking feminism and women's rights as a gender issue when actually it's an ethno-nationalist white supremacist issue that's concealed as a gender issue. It's a backlash and a retraction to black progress.
Yeah, correct. Because somebody in the chat earlier was saying that we're underestimating women's ability to use master morality. And the way that they would achieve it is very different. So women will obtain master morality through slave morality. So if you looked at this movement, right, and then you get into things like, so for example, right, if that wasn't the case, then intersectionalism doesn't exist. Right. So what happens is you have to remember. So in this instance, when you look at what white women did, what did they do? They inserted themselves in the plight of the oppressed in order to obtain whatever benefits comes out of it. You will get that. You get stuff like $5 Indians, right? You'll get things like the Homestead Act, you know, and all these other things. And so what do? I insert myself into the oppressed class. You know, I exploit and I manipulate them in order to take whatever reparations or benefits that will be owed to them for myself. So because at the end of the day, there's nothing, at least historically, that I know of that women could take from men by force.
Now, right? peep this out though. Let me show you this shit, right? So I'm just gonna show it to you.
Important changes that have taken place in respect to the status of women since you've been in Congress.
Well, I think perhaps most important change was the one that added sex to the bill of 1964. This bill was drafted really to help Negroes. Now, it wasn't clear. It would have meant that Negro women would have been given rights that were not available to white women. Therefore, we added sex. It is my belief that the drafters had assumed that no women would get any rights. So that I think both white and black women were helped by the bill.
Now look.
She wanted to laugh.
But here's the thing. Like when you look at that, you see that. What gets lost is we're talking about black women having more rights than white women. That's what it ends up being. That's what it boils down to. Black women having greater access than white women. That's the dog whistle. Yeah. Okay. But here's the deal. Well, it ain't even a dog whistle. It's blatant. It's out there, right? Like, what about us? Yeah. As white women?
Well, we got to remember the play was even put into place by Howard to try to deter, really to try to throw the whole thing off anyway, assuming that it wouldn't pass. And then the rallying cry was, okay, but are you comfortable having these black women getting jobs before we do? And
that's what put the battery in white bitches' backs, bro.
There we go.
So
there you go. That's the battery that white dudes put in white bitches' backs. Sorry, I hate to say it. It is what it is. Like you say, they say this is the place where black men can say whatever they want to say, straight up, no chaser. They can express themselves freely, straight up with no chasers.
Yeah, because like even now, like when you're looking at the rest of the points, right? That's in this chart. So master morality provokes hierarchical and authoritarian principles, right? The slave morality disregards hierarchy and promotes socialist and communal principles, right? And then any master morality, any sign of weakness is not tolerated, right? And harshness and severity are respected. Slave morality seeks to eradicate the desire for power and encourage altruism, patience, and kindness. Master morality weighs actions on good or bad consequences. Slaves weigh actions on good or evil intentions. And then finally, you get master morality emphasizes the use of fear on those who are below them in order to have a sense of respect for the nobles, as they see them as the origin of vanity and good, or beauty and good, right? Slave morality sees everyone as equal, yet they are subservient for those who are above them. Nobles, so they are suffering, and oppression is a part of their life, right? Or their identity. So now I wanted to use these last terms in a sense to address intersectionalism and our relationships with other groups of people. So when you get into the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, there's only one group of people in America that sets the precedent for those amendments, right? And so what happens is that African Americans, for the most part, right, when we talk about racism or institution, I don't believe in history where I've heard where African Americans en masse would look to prevent other groups of people who are benefiting from these amendments to benefit them, despite the fact that they themselves are not the descendants of slaves. So when somebody comes over here and based upon the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment and the Naturalization Act of 1870 and so on and so forth, okay, I just came here from Nigeria, I had a kid in Milwaukee, and now immediately that child is a citizen, you'll say, of the United States, on the sense. So a lot of this will then come from the civil rights struggle. So for African Americans in and of themselves, in a sense of looking at hierarchy and power and things of that nature is evil, in a sense, kind of like how they say, in a sense of misery loves company, in a sense of, kind of like having certain alliances that are not beneficial. You have allowed other people who have not been slaves in this country, and other people who have used things like gender or their private lives to kind of undercut you from where you should actually stand in the country in regards to the reparations of your previous condition. And it's gone to the point, and I'll tell you how far it's gone. It's gone to the point now where even just recently, where you will see with Kyrie Irving or some other guys, where you yourself could be painted with the face of bigotry. Now it's backfiring to an extent because in the United States of America, especially, it is, or even globally, it is goofy. It is goofy to label Black people en masse or a Black person with certain levels of bigotry, because Black people, again, we don't have power we don't have institutions or power in said institutions to facilitate things like genocide or enforce poverty or all of these, like I said, or all of these other types of things. And so that that lack of knowledge, of your own history, in a sense, has also made you a servant to the other groups that come here. So now what you end up doing is you end up ignoring everything that happened to you from John Punch on forward to, you're becoming empathetic to all of these other causes, when technically speaking, your cause is never solved in the first place. Right. So this is so in a sense, right. So when you talk about like, again, disregards of hierarchy, right, seeks to eradicate power for altruism and and patience and kindness, right? Because again, that's what we are. We're like, yo, I went through this, I don't want to see somebody else. I don't want to see somebody else go through that. But sad and most unfortunately, right, you'll get these other groups of people that don't share that same level of altruism, especially towards you. So you will actually have a very different relationship with things like intersectionalism. So if Black people were hierarchical in a sense of their thinking, in terms of, nah, fam, you weren't bred here. You didn't pick cotton here. You didn't go through the Black codes here. You didn't go through Jim Crow here. You didn't go through de facto segregation. You didn't go through eminent domain. You didn't go through the Highways and Commissions Act or redlining. Yo, have a seat, right? And so by default, right? If you are, let's say, again, somebody from a personal orientation, or if you're white, or if you're immigrating, and because here's the trick, that especially if you're immigrating under the status of white, especially, why do the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment and all of the other things affected by it, why would that even benefit you, and why would you even claim it? Right?
But here's the deal.
Yeah.
Man, let's just be honest about this shit. People are going to take advantage of what they can.
Correct.
If a government program exists, or a law exists, or a policy exists, and it advantages your demographic, you're going to utilize it.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
No, but
look, I get that you commiserate with, like, why these other groups coming in and then taking advantage of laws that really weren't designed for them.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that for us, the slave morality, like the lack of hierarchy and everything else that exists within us.
Yeah,
right?
you don't want to see other people suffer as we have, that type of thing.
So
right?
So we don't want to see. So that's what puts us in the position to be taken advantage of in the same manner. So this is what I'm trying to say in an instance where slave morality fails. Right. And so now you're at the point where your own history is being used against you. Right. You're being exploited for it. A couple of years back, BGS played a video with Ann Coulter. They were on Fox News. And so you had an African-American lady and immigrants sitting around the table with Ann Coulter. And the immigrants were talking about civil rights. And Ann Coulter herself said, pause, civil rights are for Black people. She said, you chose to come here. You did not come from, and this is Ann Coulter saying this, she said, you did not come from slavery or Jim Crow. You elected to come here however you wanted to come, illegal or all that other stuff. And as a result, you're subject to those laws and consequences.
But here's the funny thing about this shit to me though, right? And this is another important thing about Curry that a lot of people miss. So yeah, somebody get rid of this hot girl shit. Let me block that user. Okay, and if you're like, I'll see that some people are saying that comments are getting blocked. I have a bot going. I don't know what you guys are putting in there. I'm not in control of the chat. I'm not even looking at it really. I glance at it from time to time. Sorry if your comment got deleted. hey, but the show must go on. But here's the thing that people miss out on Curry, right? And his notions about how people are taking advantage of what we consider to be slave morality, right? Because one could argue the civil rights to some degree is predicated upon what you've outlined here as slave morality, the principles of equality, right? Equity, right? Kind of like, empathy. It's predicated upon that to some degree. Yeah. But at the same time, it's also predicated upon justice, though, right? Because even white people demanded, that they be treated equally.
But this goes back to a point, Gigi, that you made during COVID, right? So, look, for people out there, I'm not saying that the civil rights movement and all of this stuff was slave morality, right? I am talking about our particular way of thinking in regards to the phenomena of racism or the institutions and the institutions that we engage. And right,
for sure. Like I get that. This is not an indictment of anything you've said thus far. Okay.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm trying to point out is this. Here's the funny thing, right? And this is what Curry basically asserts in his work, Demand Not, right? That when you talk about gender, which the Civil Rights Act introduced gender into it, right?
Yeah.
And it said that basically women need to be treated equally to men, right? And you hear all these claims. Women need to make the same amount of money as men, right? They need to have access to the same opportunities as men, right? They need to have access to the same political offices as men, right? That's what women are saying today, right?
Yes.
You definitely hear black women saying this, right? Now, one of the things that's important for people to understand is that races were perceived as either feminine or masculine, or patriarchal or matriarchal, not genders or sexes. Because you can separate sex from gender now, but the whole point is races or cultures were determined to be either patriarchal or matriarchal, masculine or feminine. And what actually marked femininity along the lines of race was what? A lot of people don't get this when they read fucking Curry's work. What makes a society primitive?
Lack of justice.
No. According to white supremacy in relation to sex, anyway, what makes a culture primitive?
Its proximity to whiteness or lack thereof.
No. I get what you're just being facetious, but here's the point. The white supremacists basically said that if there is no sexual stratification, if there's no difference between the sexes, then you have a primitive culture. That's where primitivity exists. If there is no stratification between men and women, that's where you get primitivity. That's what it resides in. Equality among the sexes and treating everybody as a fucking equal. That's the source of primitivity. The lack of hierarchy is primitivity. You understand? Because there's no order there.
Correct.
But now you come in 1964, all of a sudden, what was primitive becomes civilized?
I don't think people appreciate how that hijacking of Title VII changed the entire game.
Bro,
I really don't think they understand.
So right now, what they're saying is that what was once considered primitive is now culturally superior. But it really isn't the case that they really feel that this is true. What they're really saying is It's the same way that I had a show the other day and it talked about, well, why does the U.S. have like I put it in different terms. I said, why is the U.S. so niggardly in reference to its welfare programs?
Yeah.
It's so niggardly precisely because black people are disproportionately poor. If you help out poor people, you're going to disproportionately help out black people. So fuck it. We don't want to do that. Okay? It's the same situation here. They basically said, okay, look, we can negate the civil rights. We can negate the very act which was intended to uplift Negroes by introducing sex into it, which really actually flies against our cultural norms that we've been professing for the past 150 fucking years. But since it blocks niggas, let's do it. And now you got a whole bunch of white people tripping off woke shit, and the reality is you created the woke monster. You breathed life into that Frankenstein. You assembled that shit artificially from various parts of black culture and ignited the motherfucker with an electrical flash, a fucking thunderbolt, and set that shit on its course. And now they sitting here bitching about it. That's like you put that shit out there. You put this out here.
Because remember, Gigi, the buzzword prior to it was what? Victim culture.
Bro, look, well, white women have basically taken up the mantle of victim culture, but they always have. White women, they knew perfectly well that they could play the victim more than anybody else, even though they're not a victim. But see, what white women used to do was declare themselves to be victims in order to get niggas lynched.
Yes.
That was so all of this, the whole concept around virtue of white women actually is the catalyst to destroy other men.
But that becomes the second half of that chart, the right-hand side of the chart. The irony is, or unironically, they are the archons of slave morality. They are the definition under which that manifested naturally within the culture. It's just, we're just the last leverage or fulcrum that was used to finalize it.
Exactly. Thank you for saying that.
So, say this again, because I missed it, because I was looking at... say this again.
I said white women stand as the archetypes of slave morality as it was manifested within Western culture. And all they did was use the classification of black to serve as a fulcrum for them to make realize of that, so that they could follow into the inevitable conclusion of what slave morality purports itself to want to do, which is to one day be the master that it reviles.
I agree with that. But the only problem with it is motherfuckers don't really, motherfuckers trip off white women as victims when actually they're the biggest perpetrators of violence for the past 500, 600 years. That's my only problem with it. They're the catalyst for a whole bunch of fucking violence. Like the whole, like that Jada Pinkett shit. What do you think lynching is? That's lynch logic in Black America. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That is lynch logic microcosmically illustrated within black culture. How many niggas will go out and kill for a chick? Or even if they know that this bitch is lying, they want to kill a motherfucker anyway, so they use it as an excuse to go out and fuck around and kill a nigga anyway. And tell me there's no cultural power associated with getting a nigga to go sending somebody off on a kill mission, predicated upon your virtue. But the only problem as a black man that I have with this shit is that black women are starting to tap into white women's energy and shit.
But that was the creation of the big mama. It was It was when she adopted that whole concept being her handmaiden in the big house. And we also got to see a microcosm of that on the Gold Coast of Africa. If you go take a look at Daughters of the Trade, I mean, this is where this comes from. I'm just showing you the cultural seed.
I say some black women was. I won't say all black women
Not
was
all,
on that.
some, and that's
but
why
there were a lot of black women and black men who was on that coon shit. Like, there's always been buffer classes when you got slaved and colonial-based civilizations.
But it's different when your midwife is the only one that's allowed in the big house, and she's about to inherit the entire population because the man of the house finna kick the bucket or get divorced on. This is how these things go into play. This is how this goes down. This is how it went down. And this was all over the planter class. And then you can see it when you start looking at the seeds of the feminist movement as it begins. And I know Sandog wants to talk about that, but this didn't happen in a vacuum. There's definitely a reason why there's so much similarity with regards to that. We need to remember that women serve as the portals under which a lot of this culture is passed down. So a lot of the origins of this slave morality, like I said, has its ground zero at white women, but it was adopted through proxy by black women, which started and again went into overdrive with the hijacking of Title 7, and the creation of intersectional feminism 10 years later. It's how we get the modern day gynocracy.
Yeah, look, like my whole thinking on this is, okay, so we know that most Negroes have a slave morality. Or they have, or either that or they perceive themselves to have a master morality, but falsifiably so.
Man, I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna just say they ain't learned that from nowhere.
No, well, like if you feel like you the dude, you the man, you made it. In the context of this, it's so many dudes that thought they made it, and then they got their heads cut off, and then they realized what it was.
It's the white supremacist lottery ticket.
I mean, and not to say that having that ticket doesn't feel like you're powerful. I'm pretty sure Kanye West was talking reckless. He felt like he had the power. Did he not?
I mean, until it got pulled.
He felt like he had the power. Did he not feel like he was powerful?
Yep, until he did.
But it goes to, but again, that's the argument, right? So for a lot of guys who put up the argument saying that if you have the money, right, or if you have this, again, that you could somehow, and this is what I'm trying to say, that you have now arrived at the point where you could challenge the system or whatever without consequences. Look, man, this system. So, for example, I'm going to give you guys a story, right? There was an Afghan company that held U.S. government contracts, right, and committed bribery. So they end up having to go to court to repair the damages. And the U.S. government says, you'll pay us back every dime you made from this activity. So they end up paying back the American government $10 million, right? So now the judge is sitting somewhere in Alexandria, Virginia. The man who owns this company is Afghan. When that judge banged his gavel in Alexandria, Virginia, that man in Kabul, Afghanistan, could no longer walk on the property of his own business, could no longer manage that company. And if he ever wanted U.S. government contracts again, he would have to hire a managing consulting firm like EY, Deloitte, or anybody else to come in, fix his company, repair how it operates, right? And after a penalty of time or rehabilitation, you could bid on government contracts. Now, this guy is a multimillionaire sitting in Afghanistan, and somebody banged their gavel and told him what he could and could no longer do in his own country.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So for a lot of people who think that it's just straight up money, because that's not, like I said, these aren't your institutions. This isn't your money, right? And then you're not even controlling the commodities that may impact or have levels of influence on the currency or what this nation could do based upon whatever means that they want to carry out, right? So for other groups of people, they may control commodities or certain resources that gives them leverage that our institutions have to negotiate with. You don't have that. You don't have your own state. You don't control, and so you don't control those resources. So you don't have that type of leverage. And that was the whole point of this, right? And so the whole point of this was to highlight our disposition against the dominant disposition. So now you end up in this muddled mess. Shout out to the Green Gorilla during COVID, who identified that you get from victim to woke culture based upon America's unwillingness to deal with African Americans on a fair and equitable level, right? And so now insert feminism, insert the sexual revolution, right? And all of these other things. And this is how we get to where we are now, right? Because the civil rights was all about repairing the material condition of a people. So when you get to now victim politics or woke culture and all of that stuff, man, put the Gucci symbol next to it or the Nike swoosh next to it, right? Because that is something that is no longer organically African American or African American at all, right? So these are now co-opted movements that have been that are now, for the most part, financed by non-state institutions for whatever their means are, right? And so, and so for us, sad and most unfortunately, due to a particular lack of knowledge at that time, or through our altruism or through our morality, you've had moves that have been made against us by various institutions to undermine our progress. And that's the whole point of this. So going forward into the series, right, now that we've had a discussion on disposition, right, how the other side thinks and how we think. And so what the plan is to do is, the first thing is to talk about each institution one at a time. So in paragraph 1, we discussed all the institutions, right? Because that will kind of make it a little bit too long. So now, next, we're going to go into the mission statement of the state, which is the purpose and goal of the state. Then paragraph 3 is execution, and you're going to talk about how the state executed racism or these other forms of corruption. Then service and support. Their logistical channels, right? Your non-state actors, your adjacent agencies, and all of this other thing. Then you get to what's called command and signal, which is ultimately succession planning, right? And so how do you go from Jim Crow to new Jim Crow? How did you go from the Bureau of Investigation, to FBI, and so on and so forth? And so that way you get to lay it out where, okay, you get to see how the state's purpose, its execution, its logistics channels, and its leadership structure. Then the same thing for religious institutions, then the same thing for economic institutions, and then down again, and now down to the family itself. And then hopefully you'll see, not just for African Americans, but Americans in general, right? Now that you have this new entity called the corporation, you no longer control the factors of production. As they're saying in the Great Reset, right? Own nothing, but still be happy. So as a result of all of this, right, you're not going to own anything. So the plantation has now become the corporation. And if that corporation doesn't give you a job, you can't even build the cornerstone institution called family, You can't even do it now. So that in and of itself is a degree of a loss of freedom. And so when I was a young man, and I would read books by William Cooper and all these other guys about, corporatization, the privatization, of America, and cops in black, chicken down doors and black helicopters and drones. And I used to scratch my head and say, how the hell are they going to pull all of this off without nobody noticing it or pushing back? And voila, it's you, right? So at the end of the day, right, being tough on crime, being tough on crime, keeping these niggas in check is how you're going to get to who's looking through my window. Pow, nobody knows. So this is how it all evolves, right? Again, so when you get to 9/11, right, because of those Muslims and everything else, this is why you have mobility restrictions and travel restrictions and all of these things. So basically what they'll do is they'll get you to fear a demographic of people. These demographic of people are responsible for so-and-so threat, and if we don't keep them in check, you're in danger. And this is how ultimately you're going to end up surrendering your freedoms to the state and all of these other types of agencies. Because shout out to Green Gorilla. Why so niggardly? Because #niggas. Right? And so from Sandog, that's the whole, like I said, that's the whole point of this. And so now that we've kind of, we've talked through the disposition of the Negro, of the master, and then also the masses, right? So again, so bringing it up to modern times, right? Black people in and of themselves in the United States don't own slave morality, right? So from civil rights to Green Gorilla's point, the slave revolts and all these things, this was a way, in a sense, or you trying to become a master of your own destiny. But going forward, there'll be certain decisions that will end up being made that solely lock us into this so-called slave morality. And remember, when it goes from slaves and masters, right? It's not just this, like I said, it's not just this black and white thing, because again, ultimately, America in and of itself is a Judeo-Christian society, right? Which it's what shapes our society. So when Martin Luther King began to get involved in the civil rights movement and preach against these things, the reason why it was even mentioned in the first place is because that's what America claimed to be based on. So if you go back to one of Martin Luther King's speeches, that's what he said. He said, if I was in China or some government, he said, I wouldn't even be doing this because that's not what China signed up for. But somewhere I read, if I was in Russia or any other place in the world, I wouldn't be out here doing this, right? But somewhere I read, which means that even what you call slave morality, like don't get into this nonsense that black people are weak and all this stuff and everything else, because quite a bit of what is in this slave morality is what America has, quote and unquote, allegedly built itself upon. So when you get into the civil rights movement, now what black people are doing is that they are now calling America to question or bringing America to the carpet based upon the values that America herself have espoused, right? And so hopefully that's something that I think I've articulated and help to make clear. And so God willing, like when we talk about the state, right? Colopolis, Atlantis, Wakanda. So when we get into the mission statement of the state, when we talk about the administering of laws and all of these other things, and now we can go back and we can review the disposition. And even when you review the disposition of the people, you're going to see that black people weren't just there docile, with their hands on the wall, but You know what I'm saying? But so when you look at America, even for the masters themselves, slave morality and master morality is something that both sides kind of jump in and out of, right? So
so take for instance like why America was founded in terms of a different nation state, separate from that of the colonies, you know, as they were initially, you know, instantiated in this continent, right? I mean, you have motherfuckers that rebelled. They revolted. They said no taxation without representation, which was predicated upon these ideas of equality and liberty and freedom, okay? And property or whatever.
A very liberal idea, by the way.
But one of the things that was unique about these people was that they were willing to fight to maintain their own property and to argue that, you know, they needed to be represented and they needed to have access to freedom. Because, I mean, ultimately what was happening in the Americas was you had royalist troops who would come and just quarter themselves in people's homes and shit like, okay, nigga, this is my house tonight.
Yeah.
And your bitch might be mine too. You got some nice rum in this motherfucking refrigerator here, dog? What we watching, man? On this TV right here. I mean, just imagine somebody being able to run up in your house and they can do what they want to in it. Okay? And they got guns and shit. So people were like, man, fuck this. This is not the move, bro. I didn't sign up for this. I came over here to get rich. Okay? Or, you know, in order to do my job. And now you got like motherfucking police everywhere. Okay, so they resisted against the shit. But they imposed the same kind of bullshit on black folks. Okay? Now, I do see the guys skip ads talking about, okay, well, you know, maybe we're not black folks. Perhaps maybe we could re-identify ourselves and in that way we could lead to some sort of, you know, kind of liberatory psychology or stance. You know, one of the reasons I identify as black is not necessarily predicated upon the idea that I think I'm black, right? Essentially. Or that white people are white, essentially. But because they have created these categories and created an in-group, out-group dynamic, motherfucker, if I'm in the out-group, I'm not going to sit here and play games about it. Motherfucker, you just declared that you declared war on me. Spiritually, psychologically, economically, physically, whatever. Not only on me, but everybody that looks like me and my progeny. So it's got to be war on you. Now, I mean, yeah, but then he goes on to say, well, you know, there's like different definitions of who gets to be included in whiteness. There have been so many people who've written books about this. Irving Painter wrote a book about it. There's a white boy who wrote a book about it. I can't remember his name, called The Invention of White People or The Invention of the White Race or some shit like that. I think his last, what is his name? The guy who wrote the book, The Invention of the White Race.
I know it's about the name.
Theodore W. Allens.
Theodore Allen. That's him. That's it. When you said that, then Theodore Allen. Okay? That's him. And you can find this shit is free on the internet. You know what I'm saying? He's got his stuff is out there. So it's already research done on this. But, you know, my whole thing is, bro, this is where we are. Like, I didn't make the rules, but the rules lead to concrete reality. Ain't shit as real as slavery itself predicated on skin color and geographical orientation. That shit is real, ain't it? Or am I
mean, Sando, look. Any of us.
All I'm saying is, this is a rhetorical question, right? Is it not real that even if the categories are artificial, most ethnic categories are artificial any fucking way? I mean, unless I'm confused about biology and genetics. Because the last time I understood race, I only understand really, actually, there's only one fucking race, the human race, the human species. Like, I didn't know that, like, when you start to talk about qualities of human beings and who possesses them and who doesn't, based on skin tone, which there's only there's damn near 24,000 genes that make up whoever the human being is, right? Only about 2 to 3% of the motherfuckers have anything to do with the color of your hair, skin, eyes, any of it. But I mean, but human beings, as crass as they are, they create these markers predicated upon skin color to determine whether or not you're actually a member of their kin or their clan. It's race is actually based in tribalism. Maybe I'm confused about it, which is the most primitive form of human association. Or am I wrong about this shit?
Not at all.
But if you consider yourself that I'm not part of your tribe, and so therefore, because I'm not part of your tribe, I get to commit acts of atrocities against you, well then, motherfucker, you done created the conditions of war, even if it's artificial. Doesn't matter if I call myself brown or beige or whatever the fuck, right? All I'm saying is, it is a construct. I get it. I'm a proponent of big history. I get it. We ought to get rid of these, these so-called categories and classifications to begin with. They never should have been created to begin with. They were created by small people with small minds, really, who had, the force and fraud on their minds and territoriality on their minds. Because we're animals. I mean, this is piss in a corner, and this is my spot type shit. I mean, am I wrong about this? This is classical chest thumping. This is my shit. This is bulls coming together and smashing their horns against each other, saying, this is my shit, these my hoes. I mean, am I wrong about it? But if you're gonna be on that type of shit, then I gotta be on it as well. But you also have to be aware, you gotta be smart about this, especially in this landmass we call America, bruh. Dude, we're outnumbered 6-1. Have you ever been into a fist fight, dog?
I've been jumped before.
Bruh, first of all I'm gonna say is, it's hard enough fighting one motherfucker. That's exhausting. Now, shout out to Bruce Lee and all these niggas in these kung fu movies and shit. Hey, Nameless, I see you sitting there looking like a Zen master and shit.
I ain't say nothing.
Let me say
I feel you, dog. Hey, look, shout out to motherfuckers who do that kind of shit, bro. But come on, bro. Like, look,
catches bullets with his teeth.
Man, hey, bro. Like, don't get motherfucking dance choreography twisted with some motherfucking combat, real life combat. Okay? Don't get it twisted, because look, I'm gonna tell you, I done been jumped before myself, okay? I made it out alive, apparently, but man, that shit is exhausting, bro. It's exhausting, bro. Having to fight people, man, that's the most exhausting physical encounter you can have. It's more taxing than tennis, jogging. It's more taxing to your nervous system than any physical act, than lifting weights. Try fighting a motherfucker straight on for 3 minutes straight. Just one. So now you're talking about fighting 6 motherfuckers. I don't care if they strong, they weak, whatever the case may be. That's a lot of bodies, bro.
Correct.
That's a lot of bodies, bro. I can tell you, man, straight up. And I know how to punch, dog. Like I was talking to Sandog earlier. I know what the 1-2 is. The 1 is the jab, the 2 is the right cross. I know what it is. I know how to hit the right and the left hook and the uppercut and to come with the overhand 6. I know it. I know how to knee motherfuckers. How to come with the foot and to kick a nigga in his face.
And you know what's crazy about it all, fam? It's tiring. It's tiring when it's just your hands. Now, when you put on gloves and add those few ounces, right? That is night and day. That's how I got knocked out the first time. Because guess what? My shoulders started burning, my arms got heavy, and I could no longer defend myself.
And we ain't even talking about getting hit.
Yeah.
We ain't talking about a nigga socking you in your face, dog.
Yeah. It's the body shots, fam.
or hitting you in that place on the chin where it connects with your ear, where your nervous system can get fucked up.
That's the night spot. The night spot. You want to go night? You want to go night?
I ain't saying. Look, I'm saying that you got to be selective in how you decide to fight, and this is why we got a military strategist here. Really, we've been talking. He should be doing the bulk of the talking in reference to. All we doing is talking. We're describing the condition of black folks. So his whole goal from the start was to basically say, okay, like what's happening on the ground with black folks, right? What is actually present situationally in this battle that we're imagining. Okay, because a lot of people don't. First of all, you got some people that don't even perceive themselves as engaged in a struggle at all. They like, oh, it's just me walking around oblivious and shit. I mean, this is just the truth, man. So the situation, we got friendly and enemy forces. And then he goes back to Reconstruction. I think you should make it more contemporary. Okay, Reconstruction. You got 40 million new slaves, free slaves. And they got to be integrated or either ostracized or marginalized in some way. The Black Crows, Jim Crow was like, fuck it. They cannot be allowed to be free. We need that money. We need the guap. So you get the civil rights, okay? So this is the situation, okay? This is the war situation. Let's look at the institutions. So now we looked at the situation. We got to look at the situation of the institutions, okay? We got a state. What the unfortunate part is black people have no state. How can you organize? How you can't make laws? Niggas can't even punish each other.
There you go.
You can't have a moral or legal system. Well, moral system is kind of loose, okay? You use shame and social ostracization in order to, kind of make people feel guilty about not doing what's morally right. But when it comes to legally,
nope.
Niggas ain't got no power. Even where you got a bulk of niggas living, they still don't control the institutions and appropriate them so as to be able to do what they want with them. Because they are averse to institutions. They don't fuck with them. Niggas do not fuck with institutions, bro.
Correct.
That's in the United. We can talk about Kenya, Nigeria, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Liberia. We can talk about places all over the world. Okay, but here in these motherfucking United States, here niggas are institution aversive. And if you have no institutions, you can't punish people. But you got motherfuckers that want to punish people through social ostracization, through social media.
Yes, correct. And
this is how we punish each other. We punish each other by talking shit to each other on social media and having arguments with each other and trolling each other on social media.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm wrong about that, man, I get struck by lightning in 5 fucking seconds.
Correct. But this is where the fear of Negro rule comes from, right? Because from the master's eyes or his position, you're jealous of him. And you just want to drag him down. You want to drag him down to your level. So that's why partially for some, the idea of making black people equal and the reason why they see it as payday, right? So from the slave perspective, I want you to love me and accept me, right? And for us to be hand to hand as brothers and seen equal, here and the hereafter. But From the master's perspective, it's all about maintaining. It's all about maintaining power. So, like, it's like what Nameless said, right? A lot of the master's perspective comes from a way of controlling scarcity. Right?
You know what's interesting?
Go ahead. And the slave is looking at the master as he controls, and to some extent he does, and they're looking at the master as that, you control and you have all of this abundance, and you could fix so many problems overnight. And so these are just to share that these are the different perspectives or part of it.
Yeah, that was the difference between Maul and Vader, in their relationship to Sidious. Now, and I even thought about Sidious only because I was thinking about how technically Sidious should be a white woman, and it would explain this dichotomy we were breaking down with master and slave morality. But yeah, I mean that's the difference. That whole rule of two concept, one that embodies the power and the other one that craves it. I mean, that's how they look at the idea of Negro rule with regards to what we would do. And even in their system of justice and their own morality, they're worried that we haven't done it yet. There's a lot of people that are uncomfortable with that. And you see it play out in a lot of interesting behavior from that demographic. There's some folks, you'll see videos of white people going up to groups of people and just apologizing.
Man, that's crazy, bro.
It happens. It's interesting. And, this is part of that deeper aspect of the psychology playing out. A lot of the Hebrew folks, they'll tell you, they'll have folks that are literally repelling from the ceiling all over social media, making corrections to things that were done to adjust the Abrahamic faiths to place white people during the Renaissance period as the premier people of the Bible, which was then used as a tool for colonialization. And that backtracking isn't even done from this liberal intersectional standpoint. It's just straight up guilt. So much so that folks that are animated by this idea of white supremacy go out of their way to attack these folks. It's a really serious issue with regards to that. There's a lot of pent up imposter syndrome a lot of folks are experiencing, even abroad, where Sandog, you were telling me about this not too long ago, about how, a lot of folks are low-key wishing on one end they could renege on their legacy of colonialism, but two, they don't realize how they pretty much only have what they have now because they've been able to maintain this monopoly. And if they so much as lift a quarter of their heel up and it slips out from underneath them, it's a wrap.
Correct. Yeah.
Look, I've been thinking about this black and white thing, though. This is a sidebar to what you've been saying, but, look, bruh, recognition is a hell of a drug, man. And right now, I think that black people, more than anything else, they want that recognition. They want to be honored and brought into the group. But the problem is that maybe perhaps you can't be brought into this group. Maybe it's not a logical possibility. And if it's not a logical possibility, then what next? Because but the story in America is a story of progress. Is it not?
Yes.
We got over slavery. We got over Jim Crow. We got over gender issues. We got over homophobia. We keep thinking that we're making all this progress. But are we really actually making progress? I mean, America's just as segregated as it always has been. I mean, literal slavery doesn't exist anymore, but shit. In another way, it does. Just put niggas in jail. You can make them work for you like that. That's not in violation of the 13th Amendment, is it?
No.
You can put a nigga to work if you got him in a box. So I mean, the whole point of, but black people are looking for recognition, somebodyness. as Martin Luther King Jr. would put it. That's what we're looking for. And I can see why. Because look at those little kids, man, from the doll test. That one brother said, oh, well, that I don't really believe in that. You know, like, oh, well, I really don't understand that. I really don't, you know, I think that's dubious. No, motherfucker. You see them little Negro kids? Basically, you know, praising white motherfuckers? That shit, man, that's disheartening, bro.
That young. And that's the thing that gets me, that young.
But peep it though. What happens when you got grown ass men and women who, you know, that think like that? Fuck this nigga. This nigga ain't shit. Huh?
Correct.
I'm just saying, like, if that's how you think, we can't even get off the ground, motherfucker. We'll never get off the ground. Because you can't even love yourself. Because it all starts from self-hate. If you hate yourself, loving anybody else is going to be impossible.
Facts.
This is why Franz Fanon is important. Black skin, white mask. He talked about love and distortion related to love when you have been, you know, basically indoctrinated with colonialism. Now you got like, I did a whole fucking show on that. But nobody's interested in that. They interested in hearing individual chicks, you know, who, you know, just pontificate on how niggas ain't shit. We so locked into bullshit. I don't see how we can get out of it, bro. It might be a wrap for us. I want to know, saying, dog, what the fuck can we begin to do to re-indoctrinate these minds? Because we don't control the educational institutions. We don't control the legal institutions. Okay? We don't control the police institutions, like the military, paramilitary, and the corrections institutions. We don't control the religious institutions. Well, we do, I guess. But it's not, those aren't institutions that we devised.
Yeah, but you're not the authorities, right? So you don't have like a black pope, right?
Hey, you got the black Hebrews, motherfuckers saying they anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
You know what they said about Farrakhan? They banned that nigga from every social media platform as well.
Mm-hmm.
They let you keep the TD Bishops, the TD Jakes or whatever, and whatever else guys they got out here, man, dancing on money and shit.
Creflo Dollar.
Yeah, dancing on dollars. Ain't no way in fucking hell I'm gonna trust a preacher, man, whose name is Creflo Dollar. That sounds too much like Klepto Dollar to me. Creflo Dollar.
Oh my God.
Can you imagine a nigga trusting a motherfucker whose name is Dollar, man?
Look, that's a pastor pimp. Don't hate the player, hate the game, dog.
Oh yeah, baby. You just mad.
Hey, bro, if I was a hoe, I might go ahead and let him pimp me, but I ain't a hoe though.
Yes.
So all I'm saying is, bro, we don't control any of the institutions, bro. We don't control the economic institutions. We don't control the educational institutions, the military institutions, or any of the, we have no state. The Jews have a state within a state, you could argue, even though they don't have a state.
No.
Because they have a religious tradition to draw upon that's predicated upon legality. They got the Torah.
Yep.
Right? You know what I'm saying?
Sound like colonization to me, though. But let me leave that alone.
What else do they have? The Torah, and what else? What's that other book, man, they got?
The Talmud.
The Talmud. What a nigga got? King James. Niggas don't even know who the fuck King James is, but they know that's the Bible of preference.
No, I'll tell you what I got. I got, you know what I'm saying? I got 4 books in the possible.
Okay, which four? What are those 4 books, man?
Huh? Spades, man.
He said a pack of
Oh
cards.
god damn, bro! I thought
That's
you
what we got.
you fucking joking, man. I'm like,
That's
okay.
what we got.
We didn't even make those, sadly, fat. Well, maybe we did, but we didn't get the
But
credit
yeah,
for it.
you get set with those books.
Right. You
We don't even here's the biggest fucked up part. We don't even have the family.
And that is the point right there. Because without that, you don't have a means by which you can carry over your culture that gives you all of those predicated institutions we talked about. Because you can't assert any aspect of values. If your values aren't matched to your people's needs and your people's history and your unique outcomes that you need in order to succeed, because everybody has their own unique configuration, it's a wrap for you. You can't take this inherited, superimpose what Thomas Sowell was calling white redneck culture and expect to get Wakanda. You can't.
Hey, bro. Look, the funniest shit well, not the funniest, but the wildest shit that I heard Sandog say was that it scare white motherfuckers to death. What did you say it was?
I can't remember. What did I say?
If every Negro today converted to voodoo.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
man.
yeah, dog.
Yeah, man.
Dog. Dog, they be in their feelings. It would be the return of the root doctor preacher, and it would be a wrap. Would nobody be wanting to eat the food we make? You wouldn't see nobody in the drugstores. We'd be all over social media putting stuff. We take the church back over. You know what? I want to do a video where I talk about how they were going out of their way to actually take the hoodoo priests out of the church because folks were practicing in that and they weren't able to get any influence on there. But when they got certain folks to go in and start switching up what they were talking about and got people to let go of their culture, that's when you started to see the turnaround. Go talk to any Shango Baptist right now that you might know if you guys are in Florida or someplace in the South. You know, you guys know what we're talking about. But that's not a coincidence with regards to that. And there's a reason for it. And there was a reason why it was more aggressively targeted in America because we were the one group of people who didn't have a direct pipeline from the continent to our landmass. We got a segmented group of people who had the culture beaten out of them by the time they arrived. And then when we get into the 1800s, we're already dealing with the domestic slave trade. So everybody was literally being bred for that specific purpose. But still that genetic memory was there. It's why we didn't get the drums. It's why we didn't get the codifications that we had. But some of that stuff still survived because it was predicated on older sciences that came from Kemet. So when we got into a lot of these institutions that are being made, especially at the collegiate level, there's some memory to that. Now we've got resources to harken back to, but the means by which you use to actually heal and replenish your people on a non-physical level were taken away and or manipulated and for the most part appropriated by other groups of people that moved in here and moved out of the community and lived adjacent to us. Without those tools, we suffer consequences for it. I think that deserves to be re-examined, not for the spookism aspect of it, but for the sake of understanding cultural values. It's a reason why we value dancing. It's a reason why we value music. It's a reason why we talk to each other the way we do. It's a reason why we have certain predispositions. And when you're in your element, getting to express that in a positive way where you have agency over that, that's the foundation for building the baseline you need to communicate with the person next to you.
Because I'll tell you this, fam, there's nothing like it, man. You know, when I landed, Gigi, when I went to Nigeria the first time, right, I went up to customs and I yelled out and I was in line and I said, "You tried to sell me, but I'm back." And the guy said, "Who tried to sell you?" I said, "You," and I have the receipt. Right. So they, so I did that, again, they let me in the country. And it's the first thing I heard in Nigeria when I landed. The first thing I heard on the radio as soon as I got in the car.
What's that?
It was a Kentucky Fried Chicken commercial.
Oh, wow.
With the color purple, sister. You've been on my mind, right? And so, but they took that music and they put it in a Kentucky Fried Chicken commercial. And I say that to say this, right? To live in an environment where it is unapologetically, again, black. So like when you sit in the barber's chair, you don't have to over-explain yourself. Have you ever walked into a grocery or a hair care aisle and everything there was for you and all you had to do was pick the brand? Right, you know what I'm saying? But like it was, there was a simplicity there that I've never known before. Because again, it's like what you guys said, right? It's a predominantly, dark skin or or what you would now term as Black people society, and so there was so many things there that that's just the norm. Whereas if you're African American and you're in Walmart, right, you have to make your way to a certain section or go to a specialty store.
Yeah, man. Look, all I can tell you is, bro, it's the reason why, motherfuckers in Haiti revolted.
Yeah.
And Negroes in the United States, I mean, for the most part, weren't able to revolt. First of all, it was a numbers issue. You had way more black people than you did white people in Haiti, or Saint Domingue, as it was called back then. You had bigger numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And niggas was like, fuck these people, man.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, like, fuck them. And they killed mothers, fathers, and babies. Fuck all these white motherfuckers. They killed them all, bro. I mean, not every last one of them, but I mean,
damn near.
Good majority of them.
Ain't got they back up. Look, they called Thomas Jefferson for reinforcements and they still beat him.
Yeah.
I don't think people know that. And they weren't fighting nobody. They were fighting goddamn Napoleon.
Correct.
They didn't like that shit. White people did not like that shit at all. Didn't like it. Still don't like it.
You know what his words were? We cannot let a black nation rise, or it will be the end of our kind.
But here's the delusion of white people, man. This is the delusion. They are the authors of identity politics, but they don't like identity politics. You started identity politics, man, based on skin color. You identify primarily with a visual element of phenotype. Only one. Skin color.
Correct.
You're the dumbest. Y'all some stupid I mean, it's neurotic, actually.
And it's recessive.
It's neurotic. I mean, there's so many other genes, so many ways that you can identify who you are ethnically, as opposed to skin color. But that's what they went with. But they only went with it for financial reasons. All this shit was about bread and money and exploitation. That's the cause of it. Because all this racism shit, I mean, you had ethnic pride and chauvinism, but it didn't exist like this shit. It wasn't to this magnitude. But now it's out of hand. And so, people are doubling down on it, and look, I don't know what to say, bro. Like, this shit really is not interesting to a lot of people. It's interesting to me. I think it's important. You got a bunch of black folks that don't know what to fucking do now. We really don't know what to do now. Or people who are identified as black, we just don't know what to do. We don't know what political strategy to utilize. We're not cohesive. Here's the problem with America, or the Western modern ideal, is the way I see it. It makes you imagine that, you're a subject in a sea of subjects. In the same way that you might be in a shopping mall, and you're all just out looking for what's best for you that day. Might be gummy bears. Might be a fucking dildo. Don't know what it is. But you're looking for what's best for you. And goddamn it, you're an individual. And no one in that store can tell you gotta buy X, Y, or Z. Or can't tell you that you can't buy it unless you ain't got the right amount of money to buy it. But if you got the right amount of money, you can get it. So, politics is like a market. You can pick what you want. And goddamn it, nobody better tell you what to do. Except, of course, if it's your wife, you let her tell you whatever the fuck to do. You got a honey-to-do list that goes to the fucking top of the Empire State Building. You tell her to make you a fucking sandwich. That's oppression. But you got to mow the lawn, wash the car, fucking change the oil and the brakes. In that order. That's just me being an ignorant fuck. But the whole point is, we perceive ourselves as like individuals that don't need to be trammeled on or interfered with by other individuals, the government, or whatever else. Except for if it's of a corporation, we'll let them tell us what to fucking do. Oh, they can tell us whatever the fuck they want. They can tell us who we can sleep with. Shout out to Udoka. They can tell you what your political viewpoint can be. Shout out to Kyrie Irving. They can tell you what to tweet, what you can't tweet, what you gotta apologize for, what you shouldn't apologize for. And motherfuckers will be like, well, he knew where he was. Okay, but let the government say, he can't tweet that. Then niggas will be with guns and shit. Huh? White boy, you tell a white boy he can't talk, he can't say some shit, he'll have a gun. If the government say it. Now, if Exxon or Apple or Coca-Cola tell them they can't say it, they'll be like, oh, well, fuck it. We can't say that.
And be mad at you for doing it.
Which to me is like speaking with a forked tongue. So the only people, the only entity that can interfere or infringe on your rights or government institutions, like individual people can't infringe upon your fucking freedoms, or non-governmental organizations or fucking market organizations, they can't. You're being contradictory when you say it's okay for one entity to infringe upon your freedoms, but not another. And you only focus on government. That to me is some bullshit. But you got so many smart, dumb people in America, man. I just don't get it, bro. Yeah, Ray Knowles said corporations and people too. They're persons.
They are. Yes, they are. Yes, correct. Yep.
Which changed the game. Shout out to the Technocracy.
They're persons, yes. They're persons. But not really persons. But they are persons. But not really.
Enough to get that Constitution bread or use it for free speech. And that's the whole name of the game.
But look. When you allow plutocrats to have control like they do in this country, then you're going to get a whole bunch of contradictions and oddities and, a whole bunch of absurdities. And that's what you have, because basically they control the political scene and the business scene and the governmental scene. That's fucked up. That's a dangerous mix. That's dangerous, bro. And look, 999. Shout out to your boy, man. What's the black dude name? 999. The nigga used to own Little Caesars and shit. The Republican dude who was running for president.
Yeah.
What his name is, man? What the fuck was that dude's name, man? 99. He said he gonna do 999. Herman Cain, that's that
Herman
motherfucker.
Cain.
999. And so, look, just because you can run a business, man, don't mean that you need to be in control of the reins of government, man. It's just, it does not, bro.
There are two separate things with different aims. So when people talk about a government being ran with the efficiency of a business, you're actually undercutting yourself, because governments exist or should exist, or states should exist for the good of its citizens. It's not supposed to be ran like a for-profit center. Those are very different things, man. To include the fact that nonprofit finance is not even the same as corporate finance. Very different.
But when you run it off of democracy and you have majority rule and you structure it to where the people are ultimately the initial and final say-so, predicated on participation, and then you allow for the opportunity of individuals that represent you to have money make the difference as to whether or not you appear. And the people who have this money aren't necessarily of the people in question. You get this sort of dynamic. And at the end of the day, if you can play on fear, people are going to do whatever slakes that fear and addresses it at its lowest common denominator, particularly when people have been socialized to operate as consumers, which again manipulates fear in order to encourage sales and a cooperative consumer. This has been baked into the country, and that's where this comes from. Didn't happen overnight, but it's how we've pretty much got every single scenario we can talk about right now. And why, and I'm not really saying this to be facetious, I'm very concerned that we are opening the gates for a technocracy. I really think that's what the future looks like, unless we get some major whistleblowers that show up here pretty soon. This is what politics looks like going forward in the next 20, 30 years. A straight up technocracy. And I don't know how you put the toothpaste back in the toothpaste tube at this point.
Yeah, you can't. You can't. You can't put it back in the tube. I mean,
what you don't want to see is a state run by an algorithm. That's the last thing I'll say. You don't want to see what that looks like locally. You don't want to see what institutions look like that are running on an algorithm. But we're starting to look like that at this point.
Well, you have tensions, and okay, so like I think that Skip Ads is right. Plutocrats have always been in control of this country. To more or less degrees, though. That's the point. I was watching. My father sent me some crazy shit. And it was a video about oligarchy, and it was talking about the various moments in the United States history where oligarchy threatened to become the predominant means by which America was governed. So you had the war between the North and the South, the Civil War. That was oligarchy. The Southern oligarchy, like, we're gonna fucking have it our way. Okay, he said, the speaker on the show also said you had another moment in the early 20th century where you had these big monopolies and trusts that got broken up by the government, and that was another moment in American history or U.S. history where you had an oligarchy problem or a plutocracy problem, right? But we're in another one right now. Like, people don't understand what the financialization of the market has been, what it is, what it consists in. And, we think we have a democracy. But, man, like I did a show a long time ago and I talked about it. Like a lot of Americans think that, democracy is a good thing. But it's not the case that, like, the founders of this country thought that, like, democracy was a great thing. Or populism. That's what you could call it, populism. Like, where citizens actually are responsible for making collective decisions. Many of the framers of the U.S. Constitution and the people who signed the Declaration of Independence, they didn't fucking like democracy. James Madison did not like democracy. He said that they were spectacles of turbulence and contention and are incompatible with personal security or the rights of property. Those are his words. Alexander Hamilton said ancient democracies in which the people deliberated never possessed one good feature of government. Their very character was tyranny, their figure deformity. John Witherspoon, he signed the Declaration of Independence. Pure democracy cannot subsist long, nor be carried far into the departments of the state. It is subject to caprice and the madness of popular rage. So those are the people who fucking founded the country. But there have been people who more recently expressed this sentiment. You know, you got like this guy who was a political sociologist. His name was Joseph Schumpeter. He said, look, the average citizen in modern democracies, they're too stupid to be charged with the responsibility of making complex political decisions.
And ironically, we're back to master and slave morality just off that alone.
I mean, basically, but to some degree, the average citizen in the United States has been made the way that he is. He's been enculturated to be sheepish and non-involved. But I mean, Schumpeter basically says, look, the average citizen, he's uninterested in political life to begin with. He'd rather be somewhere getting his dick sucked or playing with the PlayStation or, go buying something at the mall or watching a movie or some shit. That's what he'd rather be doing. Not thinking about political decisions. So it's best that the ordinary citizen hand over the reins of government to technocrats, professional statesmen. And so what he believed in doing was limiting the scope of a citizen's involvement in politics to electoral politics. And that's pretty much what we have. This is what we have. We have electoral politics, and then people act as if they're self-governing by means of electoral politics. And most American citizens don't even fucking do that. How many people vote? What's the average percentage of people who vote versus people who don't vote in the United States? And Joseph Schumpeter wasn't the only guy, okay? So, there's many other people. You got social choice theorists. I don't know if you know who those guys are, but if you know anything about game theory, you know something about social choice theory. Right? Arrow in that crowd, Dogg. Okay? They basically say, hey, look, the political process should be basically idealized after an economic process. It's a competitive process in which individual citizens, politicians, corporations, political action committees, lobbyists, unions, and NGOs, they each try to maximize their own utility and actualize their own interests through game theory. And just like the invisible hand is supposed to transform the various private interests of citizens into positive externalities in a free market economy, social choice theorists believe that efficiency is going to ensue from citizens strategically pursuing their own advantages. So they reject democracy as well. And especially a strong kind of democracy. So they say it's just like be a consumer voter. And this is how the political process takes place every 2 and 4 years. 2 years for the Congress and like gubernatorial races and shit like that, and 4 years for the presidential races. So we do live in a technocracy.
Yes.
And then you're asking for black folks, the least educated, the least enfranchised, the least economically and educationally astute individuals to fucking fight against a behemoth that even the average white man is fucking unaware of and aloof about, unaware about. And then if you even say anything about this shit and talk to people, they're gonna be like, "Well, nigga, that's that nigga shit." I'm done, bro, man. Look, I'm trying to elevate the conversation with you guys, man. I think we do a good job, man. I think it's not gonna really actually be appreciated like it should. I think that, like our group, man, we just worried about pussy, man. We worried about what these chicks is doing, man. Like, incessantly, bro. I'm like, dude, man, how many times can you trip off a chick and some bullshit they own, bro?
True.
I mean, like, I trip off chicks too. I ain't gonna lie. Some of the shit they do is quite fucked up. But this society is centered around white bitches. It just is. Didn't used to be that way, but it sure is that way now. I can guarantee you right now, this culture is centered around white women. Now, it might have been to a certain degree in the past where the patriarchy was basically dedicated to preserving the integrity and the virtue of white women in a different kind of domain and in a different kind of capacity. But now, shit, it's just like, whatever they want, nigga. It's like, this is like Tony, dog. Whatever you want. I swear to God, man, like this is...
I do anything for you.
That's what white boys is telling these motherfuckers.
Pretty much.
And they like, hey.
Not only will I do it for you, yes, I'll do it for you.
I'll be better. I'll buy your clothes. I'll pay your rent. I'll cook your dinner too. As soon as I get home from work.
I'll do anything for you. But really, all it is a way to preserve the ethno-nationalist white state. That's all this shit is. All it was a deflection, a way to block Negroes. Specifically, they say it's black women. They'll have more rights than white women. But what it really meant is, you niggas ain't got no business fucking trying to run shit and having advantages and shit. Like white women didn't have advantages for fucking 350 years. Now all of a sudden you bitches worried about advantages and shit. White women's advantages and shit. And black women's advantages. Oh man, this is crazy as shit. I mean, just look at the face of this bitch, man. I swear to God, look at her face, bro.
Most important changes that have taken place in respect to the status of women since you've been in Congress.
Well, I think perhaps most important change was the one that added sex to the bill of 1964. This bill was drafted really to help Negroes. Now, it wasn't clear. It would have meant that Negro women would have been given rights that were not available to white women. Therefore, we added sex. It is my belief that the drafters had assumed that no women would get any rights.
Bitch, please. Like, I'm just saying, like, what the fuck? What does civil rights have to do with white women? What the fuck did it have to do with them? Well, black women gonna have some rights that white women don't have, and we don't want that. We think that in the end, we're gonna help all people. All women are gonna benefit from this legislation. And that's why I keep showing this motherfucking graphic right here, bro. I'm gonna continue to show it. I don't care how many people say I shouldn't. Look at this shit. They fuck them, no busing. Don't bus our kids to go to school with these fucking niggers. Don't put them commies in our fucking schools.
Yeah.
Am I confusing some shit?
Nope.
They were staunch supporters of seeing niggas hung from trees. They got little girls and shit with their moms and all of that. Let me make it bigger, god damn it. You got little white girls there just hanging the fuck out. I mean, little tykes. They look like they missing meals and shit. That's a hell of a thing. Look at the one just leaning forward like, oh, look at that. Let me take a look at him. That's where he belongs. Hung on a tree. Look at him, man. Not everything they got the best of intentions. I believe everything they say. They deserve some civil rights and shit. Breed new ones and shit. Look at the little motherfucker. Looking like a little demon and shit. With the little socks bunched up and shit, ready to lynch niggas at fucking 3. States' rights. Now you got niggas talking about states' rights and shit. I love Texas. Like, nigga, this ain't your state for real, nigga. This is my state. Niggas talking like they white boys and shit.
And notice how they'll slip in Christianity somewhere in there.
I'm not anti-Negro, I'm just anti-race mixing. I ain't anti-Negro, I just don't want you niggas around me. Make America great again. America first.
Hey, what that say in the middle there?
What it says? One country, one flag.
One God.
Yeah, one God.
I'm saying they keep throwing Christianity in there. I'm gonna keep throwing that jab in for a reason.
And you know, women like, oh, well, you know, it's the Negroes that's hurting us down. They hung your asses from trees too. You divesting bitches. Yeah, they got your ass stanky too. I'm divesting. These men are just hurting. They hung your ass too.
But
snapped your fucking neck just as well.
It's anger, like I said before, it's anger or frustration with the position. And like I said, again, self-hate, because you're not pushing back, right? And so it's kind of like that, the psychology that goes with bottled up anger, and then you end up exploding on the wrong people. So it's the same thing, right? You know, you're holding in its frustration. You're not using it to engage the power structure, so that frustration, with that frustration, you end up cannibalizing your own socially and economically.
Bro, I'm tired of showing them graphics, bro. I am. Because it doesn't matter how many times you show it, like black feminists are going to be like, I still like to eat white pussy. That's the opposite of like the DJ Quick song where he said, I love black pussy. These chicks is like, I love white pussy. Shout out to Brenda Verner. They going off the WPJ. Straight gone off that shit. To where their ethics, white women's ethics has become the prevalent and predominant ethics of the country, bro. And white dudes don't like it. They getting tired of the shit.
Right. Yeah, but then you have white women that want to back out of it because, again, right, their men are checking out. And so you have segments of white women who have said like, yo, this is all gone too far.
But you know what? I don't look. At the end of the day, bro, motherfuckers need to pay more attention, man. And look, I don't hate black women trying to get their bread. Go get your bread, man. But while you getting your bread, don't ask for me to pay your bills. Shout out to not being contradictory. Like, you can't expect for a motherfucking man to play the traditional masculine role when you doing every goddamn thing that's masculine your goddamn self. And then demanding that you got masculine men, but you all up in the motherfucking way. How you gonna be in the way of some shit, but you demanding the shit that you in the way of? I want nigga to pay all my bills, but I won't be able to I won't pay all my bills. I don't need no nigga to pay my bill, but he better be able to pay my bills.
Again, right? Because when you change an environment, you change a culture. So that's the irony of it all, I guess, if I'm even using the word in its proper context, right? You want to terraform the environment for yourself, but you want everything else to remain the same, and that's not logical, right? So, again, shout out to Ultron in the Avengers film, right? He said, there's no way you can expect to save the world, but expect it not to stay the same. So again, at the end of the day, you push, you terraform the environment, and what you do is you pretty much liberate yourself from tradition, but at the same time, tradition is expected to be maintained. So it's just something that's not very well thought out, especially as an ideology adopted by other groups, of women, right? Because your cultural norms are built for certain things. So if you live in what I like to call the old world, the reason why men will make money and get all the job opportunities is because in the old world, men are expected to provide, and then there isn't any social security or all these other things, right? So if I'm Nigerian or Pakistani and my parents get old and I have a younger sister that isn't married, guess what? And my father has passed on, those are now members of my household along with my wife and my children if I have them. Right. So at the end of the day, right, because remember, feminism used to love to use the examples of women in other countries to justify their causes, but it's like I said, so you give somebody's sister a job, she goes off, gets married, belongs to another family, right? In India or any other part of the world, and her son doesn't get a job, that means that potentially that elderly Indian woman could be destitute because her son is poor or unemployed now, right? Like I said, as a result of it. So it's very dangerous to adopt ideologies without doing what Neely Fuller did, was how does this make things better, right? This is where I'm at. Okay, fine. You're introducing or you're offering this, and this. How does this make life better? Right? So at the end of the day, progress or change, for the sake of change is something that's not always, not always good. Because for me, guys, I'm about to go soon because it's about 7 o'clock in the morning here, 6:54 in the morning.
Oh, dog, yeah, please go and do what you got to do, man. I appreciate you being here. The last thing I want to say is, man, look, it ain't even like, when I say that the morality of white women has basically swept over the country, it's not just regular white women, working class white women, but bourgeois white bitches morality.
Yeah.
Like, I want to make as much money as Johnny. But these bitches they ain't saying like, I want to go out and work the fucking coal mine like Johnny.
No.
This is some privileged white bitches, not even working class white bitches.
Yeah. Well, but shout out to BGS, right? And the myth of white woman. Again, not every white woman was Scarlett O'Hara. That was like the minority, man. That wasn't, again, you had a lot of women that worked hard and that have busted their ass, right? Since time immemorial, or or especially, in the birth of the United States. So when you look at the women that went out west, right, and helped to establish America's West, like in the state of Wyoming or other places, man, those women, they busted their asses. So they weren't like the privileged women, like you said, reclining on couches, wishing that they could shot call.
Yeah. I mean, like to me, like this whole anti-sexism shit, like I read that not anti, but like the woman Ann Dummett, she was like somebody was like, look, stop making analogies between race and sex. They're just not equivalent. Don't do it. Stop it. Right? And basically she was like, look, all of the sexism in and of itself, even the term sexism is derivative of racism. The whole language was just transferred to white women and only transferred during the fucking 60s. Because they wanted that that bill. They saw this as an opportunity. Like double dutch. They just decided to jump into the rope and have it their way. And they already had it their way. These motherfuckers was already rich. They already had everything they wanted. They just didn't want niggas to have nothing. But now they act like everybody wants to perceive them as just so benign. So progressive. So fashion forward. And so fucking justified in everything they do. And now you got black women that, then started imitating them, and then they tell you trying to imitate them. Yeah. White dudes.
Yeah, but that's...
How can you walk around with these weave hats and shit on your heads saying we trying to be white dudes?
Yeah.
I'm done, man.
But that's part of the confusion of not having your own state and your own environment where you can set all of these types of rules and cultural norms. So this is where the confusion is. It's like, well, I've said it on a couple of other channels. What you have to contend with as an African American man is that, again, Nigeria, Philippines, whatever country you can name, it's good or it's bad. When that woman slides out of her mother's womb, whether the country is one of the top ones in the world or not, when she looks around, the police, the president, and all the men that run that society look like her father. And so that psychologically prepares you for levels of a cooperation, good, bad, or indifferent. But for us, right, when you slide out of the womb, right, you don't get handed to your dad, right, or the men of your country. You get handed over. You get handed over to the power structure here, and that again, at least for Sandor and his observations, that's what the issue is. So the struggle for freedom or the appetite for freedom should have pointed to your own, to your own state. So there will be those that will argue the effectiveness of the state based upon the global system that's in place. But, at the end of the day, having your own state or an environment that you control, it gives you a shot. So that's just...
This shit just fucks me up, bro. Like, I hate to say it, bro. I'm just looking at these pictures, man. Like, how could you tell Negroes, black men, that they trying to be white dudes, and all of you motherfuckers is walking around with this weave shit?
Shadow projection. We seen it already. I already told you where they got it from. Sitting on the porch. Well, what's her name?
I'm literally... Can you imagine motherfucker letting a bitch glue some shit to your scalp, nigga?
Wasn't the first black female millionaire getting paid off for doing that? Wait. Wasn't she getting paid off for doing that?
Bruh, ain't no fucking way, bro. Look, black men, conks. niggas left that shit. Man, niggas left that shit alone. Oh, conk. Hold on, wait. What? How you spell conk, nigga? K-O-N-K. Niggas left Nat King Cole alone a long time ago, dog.
That was the 20s.
Man,
1910.
I'm looking at my box right now.
Little Richard.
That dog ain't shit.
I'm looking at my box right
The
now.
50s, man. Look at Ike. Look, not to say Negroes didn't used to do it.
Sure.
Okay? But don't try to make us believe that you ain't got these psychological issues when niggas used to have the same fucking issues and knew what it was. Now you don't see. Malcolm said, fuck it, I'm going here. He was here. Now he went there. Not to say Negro, look, we gotta say Miguel is behind. He fucking the game up for
I think he's trying to capture an era.
Oh, that's me on the right, fam. Go from that. That's it.
That's it right there, man. Oh man,
that's me right there.
Superfly.
Watch me lead y'all to freedom, just like that.
So Negroes used to do it, but now, come on, man. By and large, man, go outside and see Negroes, black men, just any black men here.
To be fair, immediately after that era, you have more fro showing up now than probably ever.
Dude, I'm not saying, look, you'd be hard pressed to see a nigga with some weave or a comp today. I ain't gonna say it ain't no Negroes out there that don't have them styles, because it's a few. I don't know why. But typically you're gonna see Negroes looking like this. Am I wrong or am I right?
I mean, pretty much.
Yeah.
But, hold on, wait a minute. You'll see every now and then, you'll see the sister rocking her natural shit.
And shout out to her for that, but why is the first option the first thing you see?
Natural, long, straight synthetic, baby.
Quote, like, isn't that a contradiction? You got natural synthetic. How's that even work linguistically? Help me understand this shit, fam. You got natural.
I ain't gonna lie. I'd rather see some shit like that or that or that or that.
Right. If you gonna have some fake hair,
shit.
Have it look like your natural hair texture, right? Like I can understand that. We got folks on the walls of Kemet looking like that. But if the first thing I gotta be told is that it's natural synthetic, like what's artificial synthetic then? Help me understand what I don't see right now. What am I missing besides, I was about to start joining on this chick hairline. I'm not here for that today. I'm not here for that today.
I'm just saying, look, I get it, I understand. But the one thing about black folks is, man, like we have something that other human beings in the human family don't have. And instead of being like, nigga, I got the shit you ain't got, we like trying to be like everybody else. How can you have some shit that nobody else got, but you don't covet what you got that don't nobody else got, can't even have? Right. And you trying to make your shit look like theirs.
Well, the narrative is because we choose women that have straight hair, that's why they do it. That's the textbook color purple, Oprah Winfrey, Ricky Lake rhetoric that's been going on for a minute now. And we not quote down for the process. So I don't get this crap, fam. It falls right into the colorism conversation, which I don't see black men.
I'm done.
You see what I'm saying? Like that whole can of worms is like, bruh, we don't care about this shit, fam. Just have your regular hair. Let it be nice. I don't care what you do with it. If it's short, it's short, but let it be yours. It's all good. If you light skin, if you dark skin, I'm not making a value judgment on you being a human being off the strength of that. I am not in control of the brown paper bag test, nor do I give a damn about that. But if you let these women tell it, We're the propagators and co-signers on that, and they'll find any black celebrity that they can find that just so happens to have a preference and superimpose their statement on all black men. Blows my mind. Blows my mind. You don't even see black men in the damn store selling this crap.
Man, I should I'm gonna get me a weave store, nigga. That shit be popping. That shit gotta be popping. Start fucking getting bundles and shit.
Look, let it be said, give me a natural chick with her natural hair. I don't care about none of this artificial, this natural synthetic nonsense. Have your real hair that grew up out your head and whatever you hopped out the womb with your skin color, and I'm good. Don't go bleaching. Don't go none of that, for the record. No, we not out here perpetuating none of that. We just want you to be what you are. And the whole point is, even when we tell you not to do it, it becomes a cultural thing that you picked up from looking at your mama and your friends.
Because I had a chick tell me, bro.
Do that. Go ahead.
I had a chick tell me, man, you trying to tell me to do this shit so some other nigga don't want me. I said, bitch, bye. I'll holler at you. You already fucking other niggas if that's how you thinking.
Man, I don't get it.
I straight up, like, you just saying this because you want to make me look ugly. Like, are you fucking serious right now?
I mean, you can't make
like, you can't win for losing. If you tell the bitch she ain't pretty enough, right, that's a problem. If you tell her she pretty the way she is, that's a fucking problem.
Right. I don't know, fam. I think it's like an identity crisis thing going on. I don't know what it is. I don't know. No black fathers taking their daughters to the quote beauty salon to get weave put. I don't see this. I don't see this. Every time my mom went to go get her hair done and I had to go with her because I was so little, I ain't seen not one black man there unless they woman was dragging him.
Bro.
What no fathers bringing their daughters there, I've never seen it. Never seen it to this day.
Man, ain't no way in the world, man, I could have justified allowing a motherfucker to put some chemicals in my little girl's hairs, man. No, I couldn't do it, bro. That's just me personally. I know you got to go, King Uppity. Root to the bros, man. I'll holler at y'all later, man. If you got to dip on out, saying, dog, I understand, man. It's bright and early in the morning. You shouldn't be up this late talking to us, man.
Definitely appreciate it, fam.
It's cool. Nah, man. Like I said, this is I'll just set aside the time. So it's man. It's gravy, man. It's I believe that these are conversations, that we should have or that we need to have, right? That examination, or the examination, of our condition. But again, sad and most unfortunately, if you are going to be educated about this, it's going to happen through either informal means of education, because you're not going to learn it in school. You're going to learn it on a very, what am I going to call, surface level, right? So everybody, okay, bad things happened. Martin Luther King showed up and everybody said, oh, wow. And since then, we've been riding a gravy train on biscuit wheels. And, that's really not the truth of our circumstance, like I said, in this country. So, you have to understand principalities, and powers. And so, as Martin Luther King said, especially if you tuned into Gigi's last show, is that the work of the civil rights movement still isn't done, right? So what happened those few decades ago, that for the most part has put an end to the overt part of it, but we still need to, there's a lot to be desired in terms of the stuff that you can't see, which is, again, inequalities in education, employment, school to prison pipeline, so on and so forth.
Okay, well, shit, you said a mouthful there, man. I'm just, man, I look at this shit, man, I think to myself, man, they are marketing this shit to babies, man. You know what I'm saying?
Wasn't no black men involved in the creation of that process. We don't even go down that aisle, fam. Look, we got
I
female
used to see
framing
these
members.
commercials just for me. You know what I'm saying? Like on BT and shit. Just for me. Man, that's going back to the dial test, bro. But, you know,
See, they had me sites when I could walk into a Walmart and I saw like the gold crown, or they had the Nubia products out there, and I could get the little hair growth jaunt so I can add it into my fro. They don't have no natural hair section no more in these stores, man. I just use coconut oil and call it a day.
Man, look, dude. I don't use shit in my hair.
I got dreads. I have to. But,
yeah, you got to use something, but yeah.
I got no choice.
yeah, I don't use, you know, look, I don't use nothing. Not if I wash that shit. I used to have waves and shit, you know what I'm saying? Use Dax and Murrays and all that kind of shit. And I was like, man,
the little pommel, the little hair pommel.
Man, that motherfucker used to be spinning on a bit, making a bitch seasick looking at my shit. No, you know, yeah, I just stopped. I'm like, fuck all that, man. I'm not about to be doing all that shit.
So, you said I would have needed you said I needed a parrot, an eye patch, and a wooden leg to hang out with you.
Hey,
hard,
motherfucker. Nigga, you need the hook, the whole nine.
And the parrot, dog.
The pipe, whatever it was. You need the whole ship. You know what I'm saying?
With the parrot, dog.
Yeah.
I need a bed with the parrot.
Yeah.
And the parrot gotta have an eye patch. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like keep
that
it authentic.
And he gotta have a pipe too. Shit. Yeah, I used to be waved up, man. I shave my shit bald sometimes. Like, fuck it, I'm cutting it all off. You know what I'm saying? All I got, you know, and I got my own clipper, so I know how to do my face and shit. So, you know, that's the easiest thing for a man to be able to do is to get his face right with, you know, to shave his own shit. But
yeah,
I used to use the sponge fro too. You know what I'm saying? But fuck that, man. I'm too old now, man. I ain't got time for all that.
Moral of the story is we ain't all about that chemical life. We want you to look like the way you look like. We want you what grew out your damn head. I don't know how we got pinned for all of this when all the conversation of, you know, good hair, bad hair, nigga hair. I've never heard that come out of a dude's mouth. It's always been a woman saying that.
Man, that's just like that movie School Days. Good and bad hair. What do you care? Good and bad hair.
Man.
Use a jigaboo.
Gigi, you just started some shit down there.
I guess we bringing that war back again.
Good and bad hair. Good and bad hair. What do I care?
I'm gonna be in my song. A cameraman's a real man. A real man's a cameraman. Camera.
Man, I looked at that shit, man. I remember when I first saw that movie, man. You know, me and my boy was driving to fucking East St. Louis, Illinois to fuck with these girls, man. And we, you know, they had a little movie bootlegged or whatever they had that motherfucker. We was like, let's go watch this shit.
That's funny.
Yeah, man. Back in the days, man. But back in the days, you had dreams, man, of finding a girl. Now these young dudes, man, it's no hope, man. These chicks are out of control, bro.
Look, they getting OnlyFans at 18, fresh out of high school. I mean,
man.
I don't know how I'm gonna leave that alone. Wow.
No, these chicks wasn't in the ghetto part of East St. Louis. They was like back in Collinsville and shit. They was the bougie East St. Louis chicks, but we was fucking with them too. Fucking with them in North County, Hazelwood, fucking with them in Collinsville, fucking with them in Ladue, wherever they were. We were fucking with them in Northside. But yeah, but my whole thing is, you know, the game has changed, bro. We gotta come. The next time you come, man, you gotta let me know. Hopefully it'll be within a week or so. But, you know, bro, all I can say is, man, we need a plan. Because I don't know how to counter, man. If you have no institutions.
That needs to be the conversation next. And I want to speak about the relationship between culture and institution building and how you can only do that with trust. Because I think that's really it. People have to decide if they're going to begin to trust each other by building some form of empathy with one another. It's got to start somewhere. Because all that's going to happen, and we'll just give you the general trajectory. Men who can leave are going to, and the numbers of individuals classified as black here are going to slowly shift into person of color. And you're probably only going to be left in another 20, 30 years of about, I don't know, at least half of what we got now still classifying as black, which means by the time you get to the point where you need to be to start course correcting, you'll be down to less than 5 million probably. Everybody else is going to be a person of color, or this word black is going to disappear entirely.
Man,
not like in the way you want.
Man, I like the way black women look and shit like that, but goddamn, man, the Filipino Pete looking pretty good right about now.
Look.
We got a bunch of them here, GG.
Hey, man, my brother's married to a Filipino chick, man. Straight up. Got little Filipino sons and daughters and shit. Grown. You know what I'm saying? And this motherfucker, half black and Filipino kids and shit. Right now, to this very day. They like, hey, uncle.
The dollar is strong on that island. That's all I'm going to say.
Man, yeah, you know, all I can say is, bro, you know, like, look, motherfuckers, we love black women, but y'all too strong. You motherfuckers is some strong bitches and shit. Like, man, stop being so goddamn strong. Because you, at the end of the day, you ain't as strong as you letting on to be. It is what it is. Like, you ain't that. You are not the what's the name of the warriors in the Black Panther and shit? The guard.
Malaje.
You're not that. Anytime you got a category of women who consider themselves to be that damn strong, but got Poppy on speed dial like that, you're full of shit. You ain't strong at all. You're scared. I can respect the strong bitch though, for real, who get it in. Like what's Blueface girl? This chick, the rapper that can't rap.
You talking about that?
And the girl with the missing tooth and
I
shit.
don't remember her name. She be going ham.
She's a strong. I believe that motherfucker will fight the shit out of Blueface and won't call the police.
She probably has.
Oh, what?
That shit crazy, dog. she ain't shit. Yeah, Krishan. He tore my boy house up the other day, fam.
I believe she the type of motherfucker that'll fight a nigga without calling the police. But most of these bitches, they want to fight. First thing they gonna do, police! This bitch run like a Megan Thee Stallion type. You rough and tough as a motherfucker till the nigga slap the shit out of you. Then all of a sudden, I was abused.
Hey, but you know what playbook that came up out of, though. So you shouldn't be surprised. We've been talking about them all day today. That's the whole playbook, fam.
White woman playbook, bro. White bitch playbook, man. But anyway, man, it was good to talk to y'all tonight, man. I know we kind of went on for 4 hours, you know, and typically we won't be on this long. But since we haven't been back in quite a while, I guess we had to get some shit off our chest. Please support the Green Gorilla channel if you can. I know, you know, sometimes we move and deviate and jump around and, you know, sometimes I'm vulgar, but I still need your support, man, you know, at the end of the day, man, in order to keep the thing going. But I really appreciate having Nameless Protagonist here, along with my dude, Sandog. You know, us to you, my brother, Nameless. Rude to you, my brother, Sandog. And shout out to everybody out there in the chat, man. I hope y'all had a pleasant holiday. And, you know, we're still moving into more holiday seasons. Like, if you're feeling depressed, call on somebody you know, because it ain't no need to be depressed by yourself, man. If you got something that's going on in your head, man, don't obsess over it, man. Call somebody to get some support, man. You know what I mean? Because these times can be trying for men who are by themselves, you know what I mean? So, yeah, reach out, man, if you're feeling that, you know, some kind of way. And it's okay to feel some kind of way sometimes. But you ain't got to sit in it, you know, and become obsessed by it. That's the point I'm trying to make. So, anyway, man, enjoy yourselves, man. I probably will be back tomorrow to talk about ghetto shit. I was reading from the book, Dark Ghettos, Injustice, Dissent, and Reform, written by Tommy Shelby. So what I'm going to do is do the same shit. You know, I'm going to read from that book. If Felicia say ain't no difference between black women and any other race of women, I don't think that's the truth. It's like, because black men are different than any other group of men as well, based upon like what's happened to us culturally. The only thing I would like to say is, you know, like, come on, man. the I don't need no man sort of shit, that's some unique slave-based shit, straight up. Like, we have to start admitting that. Like, I'm strong, I don't need no nigga. The gynocratic, mentality, like, I can do it all by myself, I'm super strong. We got to stop that, man. That shit, that's slave shit. Yeah. That's slave shit. Yeah. We had to stop that, man. We had to stop lying and saying it is not like what it is, and because it is what it is. And now it's morphed over into what white women have. So first of all, you got a bunch of lesbian weirdo white women who are dictating the morality of black love.
Isle of Lesbos, that's not you. That's not you. You think you want it, but you don't. I'm telling you.
They done made this out to be what black culture is, man. And I just don't look. I'm not saying there ain't never been no black gay people, right? I'm never saying that, but come on, man. Like the ethos of relationships, family, and everything has been basically predicated upon the prototype of white chicks, bruh. And so it's just, it's crazy, man. And so, it is, we got to stop lying about where we are and how we got there. So, like, I ain't saying black women just all fucked up, but come on, man. Like, we just gotta tell the truth, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy, man. Like, it's like BGS did a show and it was saying, like, okay, who is the least married and the highest divorced? What demographic is it? It's us, black people, black women. So y'all, not only are you the most divorced, but you're the least married. How the fuck you managed to do that?
But have a 75% out of wedlock birth. Never mind. Go ahead.
But Felicia, this is what I say, and I'm gonna say this. If you're looking for perfection, you're not gonna find it in any human being. Because human beings are not perfect. I done seen motherfuckers get rid of their men over stupid shit. Like, you recently had Michelle Obama come online and talk about how black women are just giving up their relationships because the shit, like, ain't making them happy right then and there. Did you see that video? Michelle Obama. Yeah. Michelle Obama's like, sometimes it's going to be where it don't seem like it's 50-50. It's never going to be 50-50. It's going to be like sometimes 80-20, 70-30. And it might be like that for years. But the first thing, we do in this culture, because we're basically, like, we're the type of people who will scroll past some shit if in the first 5 seconds it don't entertain or stimulate us.
Yeah.
Well, that's that consumer culture we're talking about.
Yeah, man, yeah.
I'm just saying. So, I mean, and motherfuckers ain't asking for black women to be virgins either, but it's like, if you're in a monogamous relationship, don't go out and fuck 2 or 3 niggas and then expect for me to be good with it and act like I'm dominating you when I say, bitch, where you been? I can go where I want to. I can be. No, come on, man. You can't just be disrespectful like that. Come on, like, keep it a buck, man. And anytime it's a problem, you don't have to fucking try to flex and start calling the police and trying to get niggas. I want you to leave and all that bullshit, man. This culture is all white women centered, man. And yeah, black women do play into that shit. I hate to say it. Niggas want to have a legacy, but it's hard to have a legacy with a motherfucker. Why would a man invest in a legacy that ain't really legacy oriented? Like, why would you go? Like, why would I go into a venture with anyone in life knowing that like 70% of the time I'm gonna lose?
Because in the Ado social complex, 99% and 1% are treated like 50-50.
Bruh, all I can say is, man, I ain't gonna lie. A motherfucker wanna be, look, I wanted to be married. I ain't no perfect guy, but god damn it, like, you know, I'm not the dumbest guy. I'm highly educated. But it don't matter, man. You got women out here divorcing Michael Jordan. I know he was probably fucking a whole bunch of bitches, but okay. Jeff Bezos, Luke Skywalker, Emmett Smith, Tiger Woods.
Man, you know Ken got a damn divorce from damn Street Fighter, dog.
Really?
Yes, in Street Fighter 6. Ken got divorced, dog. That's why he all out on the street looking like a fuck. She got happy shit.
Man, look.
Dog, you can't even get away from it in the video game, man.
Hey, bro. Look, a woman just recently divorced a rag doll. Did you see that shit?
No.
I swear to God, man. Look at this shit. This is the craziest shit in the fucking planet, nigga. This how you know the fucking world is going to fucking shit. Look at it. And this is a Brazilian motherfucker. Ain't even American. This shit is fucking crazy. Look at this shit. Brazilian woman who married a rag doll headed for fucking divorce. Now, bitch, you done married a fucking rag doll. You already fucked up mentally anyway. But if you can find a reason to fucking divorce an imaginary motherfucker, you can make be anything you want him to be.
There is no escaping
Wait a minute, dog.
law.
You can make a motherfucking imaginary spouse anything you want that motherfucker to be, bruh. Am I lying?
No.
This is fucking imaginary. This goes into the psyche of contemporary women and bullshit. So this bitch wants to go through the divorce process.
It's an initiation.
Just because, man. Look at this stupid ass shit. She married a fucking rag doll named Marcelo. But after getting hitched earlier this year, there's now trouble with Paradise. She says their relationship is hanging on a thread after he cheated.
What, the wash
how the fuck
machine?
is a rag doll? Look, this is supposed to be the rag doll baby.
I mean, at what point do you start talking about therapy? Like, you know what? I'm gonna leave that alone. I ain't licensed. I'm not even gonna go there.
Hey, bro, I'm fucking done, bro. She said maybe, look, police said maybe a passport, bro, swooped in on her. And she could, no, I don't think a passport, bro, man. Look, all I can tell you is maybe a passport sis flew in and fucked the rag doll. And that's how he got caught. He got caught cheating like that. Wow. But I'm just saying, all I'm saying is it's ridiculous. This is like
divorced a rag doll, bro.
Hey, bro, I'm dumbfounded by this dumb shit. This shit is fucking ridiculous, bro. I'm done, man.
And you know somebody was in the comment section co-signing.
Yeah, fuck that.
Co-signing.
That's
nigga. What got me right.
Girl, fuck that nigga. Nigga, you know niggas ain't shit. Even ragdoll niggas ain't shit.
That's funny.
Oh man, we wrong for letting her get married to it. Let them tell it. Oh my God.
Yeah, man. So look, hey, it is what it is, man. Like you can't make a motherfucking imaginary partner fucking be satisfactory. So now, you know, nigga, it's good dudes out here, man. Just like, you know, like I guess PK Angel's saying right now, you know, like craziness is cooked into our culture. These women ain't satisfied with shit. Like, I mean, you ain't satisfied with Michael Jordan?
Look, hypergamy has no upper limit. It doesn't.
These chicks ain't fucking going, they ain't fucking up. How you gonna fuck up to Michael Jordan?
Who knows? In their mind, they can. Look, you already saw it with the social experiment where everybody's apparently a 10. You done seen the fat acceptance paradigm. Like, motherfuckers is rappelling from the ceiling talking about I'm not going to drop names. You already seen it. So if hypergamy is infinitely scaling and you match that with Briffel's law, that's how you can divorce a ragdoll, because she sets the term of the relationship. She can cut it off at any time. Her expectations can scale ad infinitum to the point of scientific notation not being able to document all of this mess. There's probably not enough atoms in the universe to compensate her imagination on what this doll could have possibly done, to where she got the state involved on getting her married to an inanimate object.
Bro, look, man, all I can say is, bro, like, the world is fucked, man. We in trouble, man. And look, I'm all for women having liberty and freedom to do whatever they want to do, but man, don't do it at my fucking goddamn expense. And this is the problem Negroes are having. See, men used to be the stewards of children. Now it's women who are. And the state is supporting and endorsing this. And so, if you're a man, you got to watch out, bro. It's the truth, man.
The state entertained this. I know there was people getting married to dogs in Japan. I knew about that. At least the dog got a pulse, right? A rag dog. A rag dog, bro. Not a family heirloom. You know what I'm saying? Not something that has ritualistic significance that's been handed down, like a rag doll. And we supposed to take this serious. Look, just like your boy Mike said in the chat, emotional damage. That.
Man, I'm done, man. Anyway, man, it's time for me to get after that shit, man. Like, if you can't be satisfied by an imaginary motherfucker, I guarantee you what's going to end up happening is bitches going to start marrying themselves and divorcing themselves.
It's already happening.
I know they're marrying themselves. But when they start divorcing themselves and saying, I couldn't live with this bitch any longer.
They just had the chick that erased, unalive the other chick she was seeing off the strength of that. Like this just happened like this month.
Man.
Right. Like they were, the ex couple, they was together, they was doing their thing. I don't know if they were married or not, but they've been together for a while or whatever. But one of the chicks was talking about leaving, and then she unalived them. I mean, they don't talk about the rates at which that goes down. Like, I ain't trying to get my man's channel messed up, so unalive. But yes, it's real. Yeah, shout out to the Isle of Lesbos, man. This is what they wanted.
Man, like I just don't understand how people can look.
Ragdoll. Ragdoll.
Hey, it is what it is. And Felicia, man, we're gonna have to talk some other time. You're gonna have to come up and voice your grievances with Gigi. But all I'm trying to say is, man, I already said this before. I did a whole show on white women trying to block black boys' single sex initiatives. I said black women played a part in it as well, but I'm saying white women play a part in it too. So I already done been there, man. I already did a show on it. You can go look at the show, Felicia, straight up. So, but I have heard black women say, fuck my brother's keeper, like in my face. Like, you taking money away from black girls. Like, huh?
How?
Like, I'd be goddamn lying if I told you something to the contrary. I heard it right to my face. Said, wow. That's taking money away from black girls. Like, okay, straight up. Okay, all right.
Shout out to Moynihan.
And we already know a lot of black women, especially black feminists, they follow right behind Miss Ann. Whatever Miss Ann got a cold, they got a cold. Miss Ann foot hurt, they foot hurt. Miss Ann, her fingers fucked up, her fingers fucked up.
What did we blame? What? We just finished saying white women was damn Darth Sidious. Maybe you haven't seen it.
If you saw the show, if you saw that show, I'm reading directly. I got a picture of a white bitch on the thumbnail, and I'm reading the article, an abstract from her. So how? Like you say, I'm solely blame black women for it. How? I don't get it. I just don't get it, man. Like I know you be trying to defend black women and shit, but sometimes y'all be on some fuckery, bro. You just gotta admit it. You have to admit it. Sometimes y'all on some fuck shit. And when y'all on fuck shit, you gotta admit it.
And low key, we gave you an out. We already told you who inspired you. You know what I'm saying? We don't blame Vader. We blame Sidious. I'm just saying.
I'm out, man. Look, I can't go back and forward no more, man. I'll holler at y'all later, man. I'm out of here, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to end this. Y'all be peaceful, people.
Us.
Yeah, so, I've ended it, man. So, look, God bless her, she comes on this motherfucker or whatever, but I just don't understand, like, why she being defensive and shit. Like,
I don't think she can help it, dog.
No, the problem is, like, remember how, like, for black men, for a long time, there was the invisible man. And I think that for black women who may think or feel a different direction, they have been overpowered. Their voices have been overpowered by women for the most part that have gravitated towards.
Man, this motherfucker, this broadcast is still going, man. Hold on, let me cut this shit off, man. It's for some reason this bitch don't want to end this goddamn broadcast.
So that's man. So that you there, Nameless?